right, good morning, everybody. Time is 8:42. The day is Saturday, March 11th, and we are in the midst of public testimony portion of our agenda. And I have a few second calls to go through this morning, and then we'll resume with the list. I think it's 47 on the list. So first second call this morning, that was a little confusing, is Nicholas Mikos. Is Nicholas here? Second call, going once, going twice. How about, is Darcy Kunuk here this morning? Second call for Darcy. Second call, Brendan Allen. Hey, Brendan, welcome. Good morning. Go ahead and push the button wherever you'd like and put yourself on the record.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Brendan Allen. I live in Anchorage. I'm a lifelong Alaskan of 33 years. I grew up in Fairbanks. I didn't have the opportunity to fish chitna. I always heard my friends talk about it. It was just the situation I was in. There's a lot of people. I'm opposing 163, 164, and 165. They have to do with accessibility to the river. Growing up, one of the reasons I didn't get to fish anywhere was accessibility. The charters bridge that gap. They offer a service for getting to the fish, not a commercialization of the fish. That river is probably one of the most dangerous environments that I've been in. And I've been 10 years Alaska Army National Guard. I flew in Black Hawks. I seek thrill, but I won't get on that river with just anybody. And one of the things that the charters provide is it provides knowledgeable people to assist in getting access to fish. In 2016, I contracted mono and ended up with chronic fatigue syndrome, and the only way I was able to even fish at all, period, was if I had a charter. Standing in that river would not have been a good thing for me. And the charters bridge that gap. One of the things that I hear common is, well, with a charter, you're just taking too much fish, but I've never heard a charter tell people just grab as much as you can. Every time I've ever been on that river, they have, one of the phrases you hear is just take what you need. Don't take more than you need. And I follow that. I tell everybody I can to follow that. I even share what I took, and sometimes that means I don't have any at the end of the year, but I didn't take what I'm not going to use. So I oppose 163 through 165. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brendan. Are there any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony here this morning. Thanks. Luke Graham, second call for Luke Graham. Hi, Luke. There you go.
Hello. I'm just testifying in support of 162. It's kind of a housekeeping proposal. I'm a Kenai River guide. We're probably one of the most regulated guided industries in the state. And, I've taken my boat out to a different fisheries at times before, and this would just help with, not having to have so many steps, so many stickers on the boat. So I'm just in support of the department proposal for allowing us to utilize that bullseye sticker and an additional department sticker. I'd also like to say Against proposals 163, 165. I think, allowing residents to participate in utilizing fish and game within the state is critical. And, putting regulations on folks that necessarily don't have the tools to allow them to participate in that kind of harvest is burdensome. And, just to say that, okay, you can't utilize a guide for personal use or subsistence, I don't see that as necessary. 156, which is a ban on felt soles. This has already been addressed with regular sport fishing, but I'm kind of against the felt sole ban. I think the biggest thing that we can do to help the spread of invasive species is education and outreach to anglers. You can get, all the problems I think that we're looking at curtailing with that ban, can come from not washing your waders, not taking the proper steps to prevent the spread of invasive species. And that doesn't necessarily come from just felt soles. If somebody goes to New Zealand and they don't wash their waders afterwards, you can get that rock snot on your boots, on your, on any number of gear. And I think just outreach and education to anglers in terms of, taking the proper precautions to wash their gear afterwards, that's what needs to be done, not banning an item that may help someone, keep from becoming injured or something like that. So, like I said, against 163, 165, against the 156 felt sole ban, and in support of 162. I think it's just a housekeeping measure, and it'd be good for guides in the state. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony today. Second call, August Knutson. Good morning, August. Welcome.
Morning. Hello. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is August Knutson. I fish in Bristol Bay. I grew up in Dillingham. So I'd like to submit my support for Proposal 11 under RC 13. I think this is one of the best avenues to conserve that early run of king salmon. It's difficult, right? We stand down and watch sockeye go through, and I think the department they recognize that it's like a missed opportunity, right? But usually like our first openers we'll catch a lot of kings and dogs, and I think RC 13 would allow the department to delay that first opening, let the kings go by, and hopefully hit that mid-range June 28th. So I don't know, it's my 2 cents. But I do have to say that I would kind of support a proposal like 157, say, even permit stacking. This seems to come up before the board every cycle, but with a caveat, right, where, we did have a Bristol Bay optimum number study back in the disaster years, like early 2000s, looking at reducing the number of commercial permits. And it was an interesting history throughout the state, right? They looked at different fisheries and who was going to fund like a buyback. So Proposal 157 maybe, yeah, okay, you fish in 2 different fisheries. But maybe 40 years down the line, we retire both of those permits. You can't sell it, you can't gift it, something of that nature. Because like, going back to 11, so the department is faced with, say, 500 boats in the Nushagak. So, we might fish as a drift fisherman, we might fish 3 hours at the top of the tide. So we're fishing ebb tides. And, it's kind of cool. Am I out of time? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Wood?
Did I understand you to say you supported both 11 and 13?
I'm sorry, 11 under RC 13.
Ah, okay. So you don't want addressing proposal 13 then?
No, sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning. Thanks for your testimony. Second call, Paul Shadura, AC. Morning, Paul.
Sorry, I wasn't here yesterday at the end of the day. Anyway, good morning, Chairman, Ms. Van Dort, I'll just say, and members of the board. My name is Paul Shadura. Today I'm representing the Kenai Soldotna Fish and Game Advisory Committee. I'm the vice chair. A little discussion about our AC. We're kind of one of the most unusual ones, I think, in the state, that we have designated seats. Designated seats is a good way to spread out the interest among folks and the expertise. Don't always agree. We have a large group. We have 18 people on our AC. 18 because 3 of the designated seats are commercial guide operators, and there's 1 alternate for that. 3 of the designated seats are commercial fishing related seats. There's an alternate for that, and we have a general alternate. But we have subsistence, we have personal use, we have sport, we have a lot of game folks involved, trappers and so forth. So we try to have a pretty good cross-section. We have a pretty good presentation at most of our meetings. So we addressed on the statewide meeting 13 different proposals, and briefly 154. And you find that most of our votes in here, I'm not going to read them except for this one, are usually 0, 12. In this particular situation, we had 13 people there at portion of the meeting, but most of the time 12. So that was 0, 12. That was the allowed use of purse seine drums. And again, folks were concerned, and we rely on each other for the expertise. They were concerned that it would change the practices that have been in place for many years relating to the Canadian structure. In 157, allow CFPC permit holders to operate in different areas. Right now, those restrictions were in place since limited entry in 1973. Again, that was opposed 012. Allow a person holding for multiple sediment areas, commercial fishing in more than one area as well. Similar proposal to the last one, that was opposed 012. 159, close commercial fishing for a given species with within 1/4 of a mile an area closed for sport fisheries. That was 210, but again, still a strong majority to oppose it. And 160 requires surrender of proceeds gained from the sale of wild king salmon caught in a hatchery. It's kind of interesting that when proposals come up that seem to be a far departure from the norm, our group 012 opposed. and 161. That was the creating and establishing a groundfish policy, and the group voted 0 to 13 against that, mostly because what we had in front of us was something different than what was available here for the committee. So I can't really speak to that because we didn't have time to address it. But we were concerned about the downstream effects and so forth. And we found that what was available to us wasn't very complete compared to previous policies that are in place that took several meetings to do and several stakeholder discussions, and they were thoroughly vetted before they were approved by the board. And 162, allow the Kenai River Special Management Area DNR sticker. And again, this was a duplication of items, of requirements, and the group supported it 12-0. 163, prohibit guiding and personal use fin fisheries. That was 1-4 and 10 opposed. So that was a restriction, I believe. I'm sorry. Yeah. Prohibit guiding, yes. Okay. So we oppose that. In 164, the established registration reporting requirements for personal use guides and transporters. Again, that was opposed 0-12. Prohibit compensation for guide services and subsistence fisheries. That, again, that's 165. That was opposed 0-12. And 167, require reporting of subsistence or personal use harvest within 5 days. Again, that was opposed. 2 through 9. And probably a little discussion about that when we considered that maybe there was some local needs for issues, but considering there's 25 to 35 personal use permits utilized in the mouth of the Kenai, we found that to be pretty restrictive and probably not cost-effective or manageable or enforceable for that matter. And a lot of folks in the rural communities don't have cell phones and so forth to report, so it would make it an onerous restriction. And then 169, we went through all the department's suggestions for protect invasive species, and we voted in full support, 12-0 at that. So with that, it's a simple report. If there's any questions.
Thanks, Paul. I may have missed it. Did the committee take a position on 166, which was the bag limit for personal use?
No, we did not take up 166. We did. I'm sorry. Establish statewide bag limit for personal use fin fisheries. We voted 0-12 opposing that. And that was because there was a differential. There wasn't any notes on this one, so I'm sorry why I missed it, but I can remember the discussion. We were talking about the differential of personal use in each particular areas of the state, that they were different. And we found, again, that might be a bit too complicated to administer for the general public that for most of the time have a hard time difference between looking at a silver and a king salmon and a pink salmon. So just my own pun, sorry.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions for Paul? Paul, thanks for the report today, and appreciate your service on the AC down there. That is a big bunch that you got, so thanks.
Thank you.
Second call, Phyllis Chiron. Good morning, Phyllis. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Phyllis Sharon. I've been an Alaskan resident for 20 years now. I've been involved in every fishery, not personal use. I've been involved in subsistence, sport, commercial, and I have worked for the Department of Fish and Game in multiple capacities. As I have circulated the room and visited, and as I've listened to public statements, what I'm finding is that everyone in this room is dedicated, informed, and passionate about our access to our resources. and about sustaining our culture and our traditions. I want to say that everyone in this room is quite unique compared to our general public. My grandmother had raised me to understand that rules are created to keep honest people honest. I think that fishermen in the general public are honest. And I think that the people in this room, that we are dedicated and passionate. I support 163 through 167. 163 has some alternative language that we could visit. Darren has offered to amend his proposal of 166 to change, change the wording. I know that Kodiak and Southeast are not dealing with some of these public use issues that the rest of the state are, but they will be in the future because these things will migrate. On the Copper River, it has only been 12 to 13 years that we've been dealing with a public use guided fishery. It was in the 90s that one man had one boat, and as of the last 13 years, we've had a guided fishery. And as of the last 10 years, the upriver subsistence users have not been getting their harvest. I think access needs to happen, but I think we are in a unique situation in this room where every participant here, all of us, are informed, dedicated, and passionate, and we have the opportunity to work with the board and the legal team to create a template that will allow us to secure the longevity of our stocks. Because if we create the template together, we can create the rules that keep honest people honest, that will allow us to continue to work through our culture and our traditions and access our resources. But if we don't work together and start creating some of these rules and stipulations, we're not going to have the resources to access. I will be here for Committee of the Whole. If there are any questions, I'd love to take them.
Any questions? I don't see any, but thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
That concludes second calls for this morning, so let's go ahead and resume our public testimony list. Beginning with testifier number 47, Tony Zock. Good morning, Tony. Following Tony will be Jamie O'Connor, Steve Miner, Susie Jenkins-Brito, and Gayla Hoseth.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Tony Zock. I'm a local subsistence user, sport fisher, and commercial set netter in the Nushagak district. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to testify. I'm opposed to proposals 157 and 158, but I'm mainly here to talk about proposal 11. But I don't want that to overshadow my opposition to 157 and 158. I also support proposal 161. I'm in support of the Nushagak King Salmon Committee's management plan and revisions for proposal 11 in RC 13 with the Nushagak AC's amendments. I believe this is the best avenue and tool for this board to take action on at this meeting. I'd like to thank the department for all the work they've done on this issue, but I don't like some of the options laid out in their action plan. I'm afraid to go into the Wood River Special Harvest area early. I think we'll still be catching Nushagak kings, and I'm worried that subsistence users won't be able to use that area to access their subsistence fish while the commercial fleet is in there. I get my subsistence fish in the Wood River Special Harvest area, and I do catch kings there. I don't want that opportunity to be lost if the commercial fleet is in there early. I know the department has some issues with the King Committee's proposed plan, and I'd encourage them to work with members of the King Committee to hash those out. The King Committee's plan has been years in the making. I do believe this is the best route for this board to pursue. It reflects how the department is currently managing the district, and the department will still have EO authority as an additional tool to protect kings. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, are you going to be around for committee of the whole? Because I believe there will be another RC coming where the department did sit down and discuss further with the committee, and that may be a product of those discussions.
Yes, sir, I'll be here through the chair, and I commend them for that.
Yeah, and if you would take a look at that when it comes out and give us your comments during committee of the whole, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Jamie O'Connor. Good morning, Jamie.
We're still on? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Jamie O'Connor, and I was raised in Dillingham and now live in Homer. I am the fifth of 6 generations of my family to set at Ekuk Beach in the Nushagak, and I am here to speak on the Nushagak King Conservation Plan. For us, our subsistence home pack of Chinook and sockeye is as crucial to our season as the economic livelihood we hope our commercial sockeye will provide. In my more than 20 years in the fishery, we and those around us have taken voluntary, proactive steps to conserve Chinook. We and much of the fleet already use small mesh, less than 5 inches, to target sockeye and shorten the mesh in the water column away from the larger, deeper running kings. Our king catch is low, and it is saved for our home pack and reported. To balance our twin goals of Chinook conservation and sustainable sockeye harvest, I support RC 13, the edited version of Proposal 11, with the amendments provided by the Nushagak AC to adjust the trigger numbers and percentages. The small family businesses that make up the Nushagak commercial fleet welcome collaboration with other user groups in the region to continue our efforts to conserve this iconic species. If our efforts alone could reverse this decline, we would happily take those steps. The reality, as you know, is much more challenging and dynamic. I encourage the board and the department to utilize the state of Alaska's considerable influence in the federal management process to address more impactful factors like trawl bycatch and destabilized food webs in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. In this difficult conversation, we rely on the department's extensive expertise as to what trigger numbers would be biologically significant toward king conservation, and look forward to that collaboration. The lack of data and shaky enumeration leaves stakeholders and the board working to throw a dart in the dark and hope that it's effective while our livelihoods are in the balance. I strongly encourage increased and improved data collection and stock and habitat research to guide our efforts. The amended RC 13 provides our best educated guess at an effective balance between our twin goals of Chinook conservation and sustainable sockeye harvest. I would also echo testimony opposing 157 and 158, as they would exacerbate consolidation and outmigration of fishing rights from watershed communities. Thank you, and I will be here for the Committee of the Whole and happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Jamie. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, you're speaking on your personal right now rather than AC, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Good, then this would be a proper time to ask it. Have you taken into consideration what's been proposed in Proposal 13 by Mr. Kraft, and whether that should or could be incorporated into Proposal 11?
I have. I do not personally believe it should be incorporated. I think that, as a set netter, I've been excluded from the updated version of Proposal 13 because the proposal is unworkable for my gear group. And I think also unworkable for the drift gear group. I haven't heard of any of the drift fleet that were consulted before that proposal. And I think that that's a glaring gap in process. And also, I think that our biologists and fisheries managers have been doing a good job of pulsing with the tide and with the runs based on their science.
And that's where I was going with the biologist's point of view as to whether it'd be effective to even consider putting that different approach in, and your answer is no.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and through the chair, my apologies. But yeah, I think it's unnecessary and would constrain management in a way that would be unworkable. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony today. Steve Miner. First call, Steve Miner. Susie Jenkins Brito. Hi, Susie, good morning. And you're going to be giving your personal testimony, right?
Correct, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Susie Jenkins Brito, and I'm representing myself during this testimony as a year-round resident of Dillingham and a commercial and subsistence fisherman in the Nushagak District. I'm opposed to proposals 157, 158, and 167, but want to focus my testimony today on the Nushagak. I am in favor of the proposed regulatory language found in RC 13 for Proposal 11 as amended in the footnotes by the Nushagak Advisory Committee and the new Nushagak King Salmon Stock of Concern Plan. We as ADF&G has iterated on numerous occasions lack good biological data for in-river Chinook enumeration and must focus on improving this. Subsistence should be first and foremost a priority within our state, and I feel we need to exercise all avenues of conservation before placing any restrictions on this user group. The proposed language in front of you today in RC 13, I feel would provide a dynamic management tool, while somewhat complicated, would serve to provide king salmon conservation by alleviating pressure on the front end of the king run when it is most vulnerable, as illustrated well in the department's RC3, page 6, that shows over 50% on average of the Nushagak king run has made it past the Nushagak sonar by June 26th, and 60% by June 28th. With RC 13, the sockeye threshold for managing to the upper or lower end of the escapement goal in the management plan, the sockeye trigger numbers, and the threshold in the stock of concern plan merit the most discussion by users and department staff with potential adjustments. As a whole, these plans are otherwise well conceived and vetted, and I urge the board to adopt the changes proposed to you today. Prior to June 28th, the goal is to minimize pressure on the king run exclusively. After the 28th, once we begin fishing for sockeye in the directed fishery, with the plans before you today, we would still be fishing with king conservation in mind. That is where the OEGs and managing for the upper or lower end of the escapement goals based off the Wood River and Nushagak River in-season forecast comes into play. I am opposed to Proposal 13. I feel the revised language in Proposal 11 and the Stock of Concern Plan adequately address how the sockeye salmon fishery will be prosecuted in regards to king conservation for the duration of the sockeye season. And I urge the board to take no action on Proposal 13 and focus your energy on Proposal 11 and the Stock of Concern Plan. I am opposed to the use of the Wood River Special Harvest Area in king conservation efforts, and if raised during the Committee of the Whole, will speak more to this particular management tool. I thank you for your time and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any board questions? Appreciate your testimony this morning. Thank you. Gayla Hasseth, followed by Moses Toyakak Sr., Kenneth Nukwak, and Renee Rock. Hi, Gayla, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gayla Hassett, and I'm clearly representing myself today. My Yupik name is Telkuk, and I'm mainly talking to you about subsistence. In reference to the ADF&G Nushagak River King Salmon Stock Status and Action Plan, specifically in the subsistence section, I support option 1, status quo. In regards to ANS, I support the board to develop a Bristol Bay King Salmon specific or Nushagak River King Salmon specific ANS. This will allow the department to develop an ANS options for consideration by the board for the next Bristol Bay board meeting. In the meantime, I recommend retaining the language found in 5 AAC 06361 E3, which reads, with just one exception to change shall to may, establish emergency order fishing periods during which the time or area is reduced for the in-river king salmon subsistence fishery in the Nushagak River. I just want to also know that this has been a very complex and very hard process to understand and differentiate between this whole thing. In regards to the King Salmon Management Plan, RC 13, PC 356, Proposals 11, 12, and 13 When kings are a concern for conservation, there may be other plans out there that have considerations or for recommendations to reduce our fishing days. I'm against reducing our fishing days and should suggest remain status quo as previously mentioned. If there are any restrictions in our days, something needs to be developed to allow for us to have reasonable opportunity for subsistence take of other salmon or freshwater species during periods of king conservation. One example would be to have the ability to have mesh size reductions similar to the mesh reductions for commercial fishermen to target sockeye. Subsistence users are we're only allowed gill nets except on Dillingham beaches, which were allowed both gill net and dip net for harvesting salmon. We should have the opportunity for subsistence, especially during commercial openers and sport fisheries catch and release. The Nushagak AC took out language for in-river king salmon and removed the 3 days a week. It's important to remain status quo or put in language for reasonable subsistence opportunity. I also wanted to say for in PC 356, Proposal 11, it's important to understand the triggers and percentages and low run returns and what the impacts are for escapement of Chinook. We still have EO authority. I'm not a commercial fisherman, but I have family members that are commercial fishermen, and it's important to understand what these triggers and what they mean. I also want to emphasize that if any committees are formed, it's important to have a public forum, to have everyone to have a clear understanding what we have before you here today, what we're voting on here today, and that we can have input on anything that impacts all of us for commercial, subsistence, and sport users. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayla. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony here this morning. Moses Toyakak? Good morning, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, member of the board and staff. My name is Moses Toyakak, and I'm from Manakodak, born in Igushik, raised in Manakodak. I've lived in Manakodak, Bristol Bay all my life, 71 years. And I have been fortunate to have been raised by my parents as a commercial fisherman. So I know how to spot fish in waters, even if it's muddy or murky. My dad was a fisherman. As a young man, he was a fisherman on a sailboat, and he used to tell us stories. And fishing has been what I've known all my life. And some stories that were told to me about kings. They used to come in at the Gushik section side. When the tide comes in, the fish would be in the deep water. And then when the tide goes out, they're closer to the beach. And so over the years, I've been using fish for subsistence and other families that don't have ways to catch fish. I'd help them out. I support proposal number 11 as revised. The action plan by BBSIRI allows commercial fishermen for sockeye to keep the subsistence regulation as they have been for many years, which work. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak to you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony this morning. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Kenneth Nuckwak? Good morning, Kenneth.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. My name is Kenneth Nuckwak Sr. I have learned our traditions of using salmon by listening to the stories and conversations of my parents, grandparents, great-grandfather, and elders of Manakodak. I know every detail of catching and put away fish, and I am proud to teach everything I know to all my children, now my grandchildren too. In each season, we catch different fish and animals to make sure there is food all year round. We share our catch with everyone who wants some food. Sharing is how we teach and learn what is happening in the area. It's how we check on each other to see how each of us is doing in life. I hold a seat on the Nushagak Advisory Committee. I also hold Manakotok's seat on the Togak Advisory Committee. I'm here to provide my own personal comments here, but feel confident that they represent the people in my region. I'm also a commercial set-net salmon fisherman at Egan Village. My grandfather was the first commercial fisherman in my family. Each generation has also followed that path. We grew up fishing the Nushagak district. I have been recording my subsistence activities since 2014 for king salmon, without any knowledge that the king salmon would decline. I usually start at protection point, and if I don't catch any at protection point and Gangili, I move in further to Snake River, Wood River, and Lewis Point, listening to local subsistence users. I also wait for the southeast wind to push them in if there is any. Sometimes my father would say that we need to fish a little less to make sure there are fish for the future. He would tell me to only take what you need. These days we need a little bit of commercial salmon for money and a little bit of subsistence salmon for our families to eat. We're going to figure out how to do that today. And I also support Proposal 11. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Kenneth. Any questions from the board? Thank you for your testimony today. Renee Rock. Is Renee with us this morning? Michelle Smith. Good morning, Michelle. Welcome. Press the button on the, there you go, perfect.
Huaqa. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Huinga atka qaqfaralga nuna pichormiunga tauam. I've lived in Dillingham. So for those that don't understand Yupik, my name is Michelle Smith. I'm originally from Nunapachuk, but I have spent the past 30 years in Dillingham where I commercial and subsistence fish. I'm here today speaking in hopes of ensuring that our subsistence fishing remains status quo. It should never be reduced from 7 to 3 days. We fought so hard for this in 2018. Although Dariakvak, which is king salmon, is our most prized species, it's not the only species that we target. Harvesting and processing subsistence fish is our way of maintaining our culture, reinforcing our connections to family and community. To be a genuine Yupik, the first and foremost important thing is subsistence. It is the key to our survival. A cash economy simply is not in our culture. We have these things called enichkutit, which are rules that we live by. Our ancestors created these to ensure that we lived in accordance with our way of life and not to upset or offend Sha or Shambyo, which is the creator of our universe. Yupik is the Yupik people, have been stewards of the fish for thousands of years. We need each of these 7 days to subsist, not just to nourish our bellies, but our culture and our traditions and pass these on to our kids and grandkids. Just as you would expect to be able to go to the grocery store each day of the week to feed your families, we depend on being able to fish 7 days a week. So I hope that you guys are able to keep things as they are today, status quo. And Koyana for letting me speak.
Juliana, for your testimony today. Any questions? Thank you. Cody Larson, followed by Olivia Irwin, Paul Shadura, Jim Simon, and Dennis Zadra. Hi, Cody, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and esteemed fellow residents of Alaska. My name is Cody Larson. I work in the Natural Resources Department of the Bristol Bay Native Association based in Dillingham, but my statements today are my personal position only. From 2007 to 2015, I worked with the Sportfish Division on numerous projects, field projects around Bristol Bay, and during this time, I led the field crews that collected the information that was used in two of the studies mentioned numerous times in today's documents with the paper authors, Maxwell and Brazil, and other authors on those projects. These studies were funded during the Chinook Initiative years. I think that funding kind of started around 2010, and they sought to evaluate the precision with which the Nushagak Sonar Project captures the total population of the king salmon stocks that travel through the Nushagak River to their natal streams. I recognize that some of the department and public comments referred to that rate of enumeration error by combining the results of those two studies. And I just, it's something I recognize, and I want to caution against that because they were each conducted with separate objectives, separate, different methodologies, but it's something I've noticed that that information is being combined as an error rate from two different studies. During those years also, some of our crews were tasked with collecting spawning king salmon baseline genetics in the Iowithla, Stuyahawk, Coktuli, Chillicothe, Upper Mulchatna, Upper Nushagak, the King Salmon River, and the Clutis Pack River. So if you could fit a pack raft in it, you know, the objective was to collect some genetic baselines. And each of those trips were at different times, and each of those rivers have separate populations that are distinguishable by genetic, life history, and habitat characteristics. But they're all listed as the Nushagak Mulchatna stock because they are currently being managed as a single unit. These nuances, of course, are defined under the Policy for the Management of Sustainable Salmon Fisheries, but I wanted to point that out today. Research funding. There was a big push for research funding that kind of started that collection of information, but I feel that there's an obvious need for consistent funding for research in the Nushagak drainage in order to get a better handle on the king salmon fishery. And we've got a great start. We've got a great start to distinguishing those populations through genetics and through some isotope analysis by really a great research paper by Sean Brenner. I recognize that there's endless opportunities to further study each of those populations, and I'm actually really excited about the upcoming studies that are being funded and they're being developed by BBSRI. I think those are going to be really informative in the coming years. Boy, that went quick.
It does go pretty quick. Any questions for Cody? Cody, are you going to be around for Committee of the Whole?
Yep.
Good. All right. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Olivia Irwin. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Zan Hazoon, Olivia Sauza, Dahun Danaka Hitle Hanahi Sizni. My name is Olivia Irwin. I am the granddaughter of the late Jenny and Jack Irwin of Nenana, the daughter of the late James Timothy Irwin and Gretchen Suzanne Sumter Irwin. I serve as the newly appointed chair of the Minto Nenana Advisory Committee. I'm a Nenana Native tribal member, and I am the next generation of activists who will bring our salmon home for the healing of our people. I am here today because the subsistence needs of my family and my community are not being met. I am here today to speak on Proposal 82 with amended language in RC 20, which would allow the sinking gill nets for subsistence use in districts 3 through 6 with a buoy at either end, and if over 60 feet, an additional one in the middle. Buoys would be clearly marked and read with the permit holder's name and number. Gill nets are now the primary gear type for subsistence harvest. Since the decline in our ability to harvest on the Yukon and throughout the drainage, Our tribes have attempted to fill this gap by providing tribal members with legal gill nets, a gift that has for the past 2 years allowed our village to fish. However, they don't have cork float lines. Creating this regulation would financially burden our subsistence fishermen as they would need to replace their existing gill nets. Float lines are yet another unnecessary regulation being put on the subsistence user. In the middle and upper Yukon, when fishing with a cork line attached to a gill net, we catch more driftwood than we do fish. It would be an additional financial burden on the individual subsistence user to continuously replace this gear that was ruined by driftwood, individuals who rely on salmon and whitefish to maintain their health and well-being. At this point, our people are not provided reasonable opportunities for subsistence harvest as secured by the Alaska Administrative Code 1605258 due to the board's inability to hold commercial fishing industry accountable for their role in the salmon decline, the board's prioritization of profit over meeting escapement goals, and increased regulations on subsistence users. At this point, our people are catching more driftwood than fish. Supporting Proposal 82 with amended language is the least the board can do to allow the subsistence users a reasonable opportunity to harvest fish. Subsistence users who are now forced to rely on alternative gear types because our traditional fish wheels and other means of fishing are now criminalized. I feel called to remind the board who they are responsible to: the people, the fish camps, the starving elders, the individual fish wheel operators, and the traditional ecological knowledge and traditional ways of the Alaska Native people. I ask the board to assure that the decisions that are being made on that side of the table align with not only the law, but your moral compass as an Alaska resident. You all have the privilege of calling Alaska home because of 10,000 years of Indigenous stewardship and relationship building between Alaska Natives and the land. I ask the board to please uphold the subsistence priorities, take measures to meet escapement goals, and set the precedent of our people's well-being over the interests of commercial fishing industry. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you, Olivia. Any questions? Mr. Zare.
Yes, I'd just like to add that I think there will be another RC coming out about this, and you should maybe take a look at that too also. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Zare. Yes, I think I will be around for Committee of the Whole to comment on that RC as well.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Paul Shadura. Hi, Paul, welcome back.
Back again. Chairman Carlson Van Dort, members of the board. My name is Paul Shadura, and I am an upset set netter in Cook Inlet. I don't know how many times I've come to this board, 58 years, 30 years doing the politics, this board all that time. And I've never had to come here 4 months before the start of the season to be told there's no fishing season. It's absolutely insane. It's crazy, you know? This is a report from 2022 for the postseason analysis of Cook Inlet. We caught 32 kings. We fished 7 periods in the Kasilov section, 2 in the Kenai section. We caught 32 large kings. We caught 391 total. We get a 10%, the ratio of 1 to 9. And so, you know, it's really crazy to be sitting there watching the escapements increase into the Kasilov and Kenai rivers. I've never seen that many fish in the Kasilov. No terminal area, no nothing. The acoustical surveys in the fall, which haven't been completed because of staffing issues, indicated extremely small fry in the Skilac. That's a hydroacoustic survey and also a tissue survey with trawls. Now, that information isn't done, so I can't substantiate it. The individuals have gone. But it indicates the smallest size fry in that survey that's ever been done, and lesser fish. So compounding actions with overescapement into the Kenai River is a very negative situation. The Kasilof, the Tustamina Lake system, while being big, is spawning limited. It's rearing limited, very much so. It doesn't have the food to handle it. This next year is being, the forecast for next year is very similar to what last year was. We're going to put another 200 to 300% in the Kasilof River if nothing is done. And the harvest also for Kenai stocks, they're just way, way out of line. And it seems like the set netters and Cook Inlet are the only ones that are suffering the burden of this so-called conservation. There is no stock of concern for the Kenai late-run king salmon. I just quickly here, there's a report that came out in August for the Kasilof River. And in the last few pages, or 6 pages, and it's the discussion about how a technician would review an ARIS counter. Summary of fishery measurements. For a fish to be considered valid for measurement across the center line, if a fish enters or exits a beam on near or far range boundary beginning at the end range, you have to measure the snout of the fish across the center line for considered a valid fish to measure. If the snout of the fish enters the near or far range boundary center, I'm going to run out of time. So at the very end, number 8 says, when subjectively determining fish length on the protocol 2, measure all questionable size fish and omit fish that measure less than 75 centimeters AL after verifying the length. Consult with others if you have a questionable fish image. This is not an exacting science. I'm not putting dispersion on the department.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
Mr. Wood has a question for you.
You're welcome.
Paul, you're not going to be able to address this in committee of the whole because there's nothing with Cook Inlet coming up on a proposal. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here relating to your topic. The 391 kings that were harvested, was that for the entire beach, or was that just 1 or 2 sites? Or
That was the entire 60 miles of Eastside Setnet Beach from the Nilchik all the way to Boulder Point.
Okay, and do you have an estimate of how many kings would be caught if the Eastside Setnetters were allowed to continue with the regular season this year as opposed to being shut down, as you put it, 4 months before the start of the season?
Well, if you're talking about large kings only?
Correct.
Okay. So particularly large kings, there was 13,600 estimated past the counter in the Kenai River. There was 32 caught on 7 periods. That is less than 1%. Is that correct? 10% of 13,000 is 13, 1% is 130, and we caught 32, that's 0.025.
Yeah, you could teach the new math.
I'm just trying to understand all of it, you know?
And
so
how
did I
many-
answer your question? I'm sorry.
No, and how many sockeye would be not available to the Eastside Setnetters if indeed this 4 month ahead of time closure takes place as opposed to a regular season?
Well, the Kasilof was about 900,000 and its minimum was 140, I believe. So that's 700 and 800,000 that went up the river unharvested. In the Kenai River, there was about 1.56 in a tier of 1.1 million to 1.3. Take out the in-river harvest. I would say about 1.5 million sockeye, which when you consider a 5-pound, 4-pound average, that's 6 million pounds, time around $1.50 to $2, depending on, that's $12 million. That's about what our disaster claims on. As you know, we've had 4 claims in 11 years. This will be possibly the 5th one in 12 years.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul. Jim Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, department, and members of the public. My name is Jim Simon. For the record, I'm a consultant with Ahtna Intertribal Resource Commission and Tanana Chiefs Conference for the purposes of this meeting, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I want to support Proposal 165 that would prohibit commercial guiding services in subsistence fisheries. I'd like to read from the Alaska Statute 1605-940-33. The definition of subsistence uses means the non-commercial, customary, and traditional uses of wild renewable resources by a resident of the state for direct personal or family consumption as food, comma, shelter, fuel, clothing, tools, or transportation for the making and selling of handicraft articles out of non-edible byproducts of fish and wildlife resources, for customary and trade, barter, and sharing for personal and family consumption. And also, customary and traditional is defined in state statute to mean the non-commercial, long-term, and consistent taking of, use of, and reliance upon fish or game in a specific area, and the use patterns of that fish or game that have been established over a reasonable period of time, taking into consideration the availability of fish and game. So there's been a lot of testimony already about, for example, the Yukon River not having any subsistence fishing opportunities and such that people need to be able to utilize commercial services on the Copper River to be able to access food. Well, if you can't do it safely, then it's not subsistence, is my reading of these statutory definitions. And I mean, I appreciate the need to have food, but the point is you are obligated to provide reasonable opportunities for subsistence throughout Alaska. And to quote Karen Linnell, the executive director of Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, the Copper River cannot feed the entire state of Alaska. So I just want you to keep that in mind, please, with respect to supporting Proposal 165. The other comment I have is regarding the action plan on the Nushagak king salmon. It's very complicated. I appreciated Commissioner Vincent Lang's clarifications that the department has an action plan and then that there are these other action plans. I find it very peculiar that on the meeting information website for this meeting, you have this big bold link to some committee's action plan and management plan revisions, suggestions, which it doesn't identify who the committee members are. It seems clear to me in reading it that there was inadequate representation by subsistence users to actually support removing 4 days of subsistence fishing opportunity for any species of, Chinook or other salmon or freshwater species, because you're obligated to provide reasonable opportunities for those other species.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Wood.
Just want to address something, Jim, you mentioned. And I applaud staff for putting it on to the site so that the people and the public know there's another alternative coming available and will be discussed at the meeting. So, and that would be the vehicle to do that in. And I don't find it offensive at all, particularly since this started off with a committee that was put together by this board to address the issue. And it was disbanded sometime later, but that this is the successor and interest to that committee. So it has legitimacy. I, for one, support staff and what they did, and I'm sorry if it offended you or others.
Thank you, Member Wood, through the chair. I just would like to say that I support the department's action plan with respect to subsistence and the status quo alternative. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony today, Jim. Dennis Zadra, followed by John Renner, Copper River, Prince William Sound AC, and Susie Jenkins Brito, Nushagak AC. Hi, Dennis.
Good morning. Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Dennis Zadra. I prefer to speak off the cuff, but I have chosen to read this to stay on track. I have been a commercial fisherman in Alaska for the last 34 years. I operate a hunting and guiding business, which I've done for 28 years. I sit on the Copper River Prince William Sound AC, as well as the CDFU board and the South Central RAC. I have learned a lot with participation on these boards, and first and foremost, I will not testify to matters that I have not investigated. As a gill netter, I have seen my 3 worst seasons with respect to my income in the last 5 years, as we have seen unprecedented restrictions in our fishery. In the meantime, I watch a bludgeoning commercial fishery take over upriver. Keep in mind that access to this public resource costs the commercial fleet $120,000. These charter operators pay nothing for their commercial access to this resource and profit from it. I hear testimony from subsistence users upriver that they had one of the worst seasons ever last year. With our commercial restrictions, we put 785,000 fish in that river, which was far above the management goal. Where did these fish go? The federal Magnuson-Stevens Act prescribes the management of the fishery and delegates the responsible management to the state. The state has failed to do this under Magnuson-Stevenson and has precipitated the lawsuit filed by USIDA. I won't go into detail, but what the state of Alaska has done with their salmon resource by reallocating it to the personal use fishery from the commercial fishery is no different than the state of Washington saying that only residents of Washington can benefit from the resource of timber coming from that state. Alaska would not exist if not for the federal government. Personal use fishing is in direct violation of Magnuson-Stevenson. I saw a video on YouTube where a charter boat operator in 2018 caught more Copper River salmon with his clients in one 6-hour charter than I caught my entire season. Why is the Anchorage family living next door to Costco allowed to go and get their ANS limit of personal use fish from the Kenai and then turn around and go and get them from the Copper? That's what Proposition 166 addresses. These fish are not meant to be shipped down to Grandma in the lower 48, whether they are sold or not. Please read Public Comment 162. The managers of the upriver fisheries see no problem with what is going on, but that entirely is contradictory to the long-term residents that I know well who tell me this fishery has gotten off the rails. There has been testimony from the state manager upriver that the commercial fleet takes 85% of the run on a 20-year average. I would like him to calculate that average over the last 5 years. In 2018, the reported personal use harvest was over the commercial harvest. Again, we just get shut down while they expand and still the river is not doing well. I fish a lot of subsistence openers now because I can't fish commercially. I never used to do that. I just took the fish we needed out of my commercial catch. Now I print my subsistence card online, go out and catch my catch and report the same catch on the card, go home and process my fish with no actual accountability. Throw my card away, print another one, and go and catch my subsistence fish again next week. The whole system is ripe for exploitation, but there is nothing stopping that. That is the reasoning behind Proposition 167. I feel it is incumbent on this board to give the department the best reporting available to make their management decisions. Why is there such reluctance to report this vital harvest in a timely fashion?
Thanks, Dennis. Any questions? Mr. Zray.
Yeah, do you think there's any benefit or validity towards limiting, like if a personal use fishery is, or even a subsistence fishery, any fishery is affecting like a subsistence fishery upriver, you know, like because it's expanding and the numbers of fish in the river are limited, you know, do you think, like, as opposed to maybe prohibiting or putting limits on the guides or transporters, do you think that limiting time fishing or numbers of fish would be a more a legitimate way to control things too? You know, I agree with you that, you know, if there's not enough fish, you know, there has to be limits, you know. Anyway, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I do. I would like to see perhaps the commercial operators upriver being limited to their time the same way that the commercial operators downstream are. I think the problem is as long as the fish are going over the counter, everybody thinks it's fine. But again, talk with Karen Linnell and talk with the upriver users. You know, they had a terrible season last year. I think a big part of it was we had extremely high water conditions in July with all the warm weather and then the runoff. The fish were going over the counter, but they weren't going upriver. They were holding in the deep holes, and these guys have figured out how to drift down through these holes where the fish are holding, and they're just knocking them dead. You know, you don't see too many round dip nets on the upper Copper anymore. They're all square because they scrape the bottom better and catch more fish.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Dennis, you mentioned a comment of when you were doing your testimony, look at it, was it a PC 162 or?
Yes, I just came across that. It's just referring what a non-commercial user has seen happening down on the Kenai with regard to their personal use fishery.
Yeah, I looked up, was it PC 162 you referred to?
It was.
Okay, I'll look at it closer. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Mr. Renner?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am going to be speaking for the Copper River Prince William Sound AC based in Cordova, Alaska. I would like to qualify some of the things I'm going to say, quite frankly, with discussions of people in the room. We sometimes are blinded by our area and our issues in our area, which are, in our view, extreme. I realize it's a statewide meeting, and unfortunately, some of the issues are simply not appropriate for a statewide meeting. With that qualification, I'll give my AC report. Thank you. We have a very diverse AC. We have reconstituted it since COVID. COVID pretty much destroyed our AC due to people's reluctance to meet in person. We now have 17 members. We're fully vetted again, and we have guides, lodge owners, commercial fishermen, subsistence users, personal use sports fishermen, and general members of the public. We considered approximately 11 proposals in the statewide book. I'll start with proposal 154. We were opposed to it unanimously. The AC members shared concerns about the impact to single pinning in the seine fishery. This was the allowing drums and seining. Single pinning is a unique style of seining in Prince William Sound. It was invented there by one of the fishermen that is revered. Anyway, it would be very detrimental to that style of fishing, so the AC opposed 154. 156, the AC unanimously supported this. It was simply made sense to us to try and stop invasive species. 159 was the next one we considered. We opposed it unanimously. One of the members had left. It was 16-0. Address stream closures and salmon harvest task force markers currently provide adequate closure areas for salmon in streams closed to sport fishing. Additionally, the run timing for wild and hatchery fish within the same area is generally adjusted for in hatchery management plans, and it's set forth by the regional planning teams. The next one we considered was 160, and we opposed it, 16-0. All salmon species are legally harvestable under the parameters of limited entry salmon permits, including within hatchery terminal harvest areas, if those areas are opened by emergency order. This proposal undermines that clarity and ADFD management authority as delegated by the board. Next proposal we considered was 161. We supported it 16-0. This policy provides a framework for managing ground fish resources and marine stewardship certification, which has become extremely important in this day and age in the fishing industry. 163 was the next one we considered. We supported it 16-0. Guiding is a commercial service and should be regulated as such. For years, we were told that the upriver resources were outfitters. Now they've become guides. They're a commercial entity. 164 was the next one we considered. We supported it 16-0. Puts regulation on par with those for saltwater guides. Provides valuable sport fishing data for ADF&G. There's a lack of data on the Copper River. It's becoming evident. We need more. 165, we supported 16-0. AC members shared concerns about maintaining the integrity and spirit of subsistence fisheries. guide services, and financial gain are not cohesive with the intent of subsistence. 166, we supported. 16-0. This proposal is a housekeeping proposal that defines clear bag limits for all personal use fisheries as opposed to confusing bag limits in multiple fisheries statewide. We thought that on the Kenai Peninsula, there's 5 rivers that, or 4 or 5 rivers, I'm not completely sure, that allow personal use. You can't get a bag limit in one river and go to the next river. We believe they just overlooked the copper. It was so far away. I don't think that was the intention of the regulations, to allow personal use bag limits to be compounded. 167. We supported 167, 16-0. Harvest data and timely reporting are critical information. The AC does acknowledge connectivity issues for some areas of the state, and I need to qualify that in discussions with some people from Yukon-Kuskokwim areas. Probably not a statewide issue. 169, we supported. Housekeeping issue, and we supported the department on this proposal. That concludes my AC testimony. I'd just like to add a couple personal comments, if I may.
Sure, you got some time.
Thank you. I have a long history on the Copper River. The Copper River used to be the poster child for the state. We created a marketing brand that is second to none. We're no longer the poster child. We're an orphan. Our average season on the Copper River for early fishing, I'm discussing, is 8 days. When I was a young man, we fished 5 days a week with the same fleet, same numbers of fleet. I'll admit the vessels have increased in efficiency. The gear has not changed much. It's still 150 fathoms, 60 meshes deep with mesh size restrictions. Many people who live in Cordova have a long history on the Copper River. And yes, later in the season, there are other opportunities in June and July, but there are not other opportunities for some of the people who live in Cordova. They do not fish if the Copper River doesn't open. They sit on the beach. Their financial situation is deteriorated. Our social situation is deteriorated. The Copper River is a broken system. The in-river harvest in the middle of the river is driving the situation. As the information supplied at the Copper River meeting showed, the RAND study showed 300 tagged sockeye going into the PU fishery and disappearing. We'll produce the study during committee. It's very striking what's going on. The upriver people are unhappy. The downriver people are unhappy. I gotta say, the downriver subsistence people are happy because there's no commercial fishery that competes with them any longer on most occasions. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Not so much as a question, but John, you of all people in this audience probably know the volumes of reading we do and whatnot. But somewhere, and I can't remember where, I saw that you had been recognized for your involvement with the AC, and I just wanted to say, oh, well done, sir.
Thank you. As you all know, you get very few kudos in this business.
Commissioner.
Yeah, well, going along with that, John, every year Board Sport solicits nominations for the Excellence in Service Awards that recognizes outstanding contributions and service to Alaska's communities, fish and wildlife, and regulatory process by the Fish and Game Advisory Committee members across our state. Last month, 4 winners for the 2023 awards were announced. They are Willow Hedrick of the Anchorage AC, Randy Alvarez of the Lake Iliamna AC, Mike Kramer of the Fairbanks AC, and yourself. Let me give you a few words of what people have said about you from your own AC. John has been a very active member of our AC for 32 years, serving as a member, secretary, and most recently co-chair. John is a multi-generational commercial fisherman, hunter, and subsistence user. His knowledge and experience have made him a huge difference in the issues that are important to our area. His sons carry on his legacy and are passing it on to their children. John is well recognized and respected by many board members, by the ADF&G staff, and his tireless work on the AC and the Board of Fisheries meetings have ensured that Cordovians will be able to continue commercial fishing lifestyles and other fishing lifestyles. His presence at the Board of Fish meetings is well documented, as well as serving on other boards and organizations. We would like to recognize Mr. Reiner for all of his time and commitment. Personally, John, I want to personally thank you for your service and time. Our AC system only works because of people like you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
A little bit longer walk. Well done, John. Thank you. And finally, on my list, I have Susie Jenkins-Brito. Welcome back, Susie.
I'm not sure how to follow that, but I will give it my best. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Please refer to RC 5 and AC 24 for the Nushagak AC actions within our minutes. My name is Susie Jenkins-Brito, and I'm the chair of the Nushagak Advisory Committee, and I'm here today to speak to the Nushagak King Salmon Management Plan as addressed in Proposals 11, 12, and 13, as well as the Nushagak King Salmon Stock of Concern Plan and other statewide finfish proposals. I want to begin by thanking the board for providing the AC and members of the public, including the Nushagak King Salmon Committee, additional time to respond to the Nushagak King Salmon Stock of Concern designation, for formulating a plan to encapsulate our conservation measures and concerns for Nushagak King salmon and still manage for the Nushagak and Wood River sockeye populations. It is important to note that by and large, our AC members and members of the public that participated in this process have reached a consensus in what we are bringing to the board for deliberation, including resident sport, commercial, subsistence users, and biologist voices that have been represented. Dissenting opinions and alternatives brought during discussion, I will also try and represent today. Prior to delving into the Nushagak King salmon issues, I will briefly touch on the statewide proposals that the AC took action on. Proposals 157 and 158 were unanimously opposed, as it could lead to consolidation of CFEC permit ownership, increased cost of CFEC permits, restrict new access for fishermen into the industry, and increase the outmigration of permits from our region and from the state of Alaska. We took no action on proposals 163 and 165, but did have extensive conversations regarding these two proposals. In Bristol Bay, we are a designated subsistence area with minimal personal use on the east side of the bay. And while we appreciate the potential for small business opportunity and the need for residents to access the resource safely, we felt that this could drive traffic to already heavily used areas. We have concerns regarding setting dollar amounts in subsistence fisheries as it takes away from the nature of subsistence. Sharing gas, skiffs, knowledge, etc. is very common on a small scale, and how to separate that from a full-scale business is very questionable. A member present stated, sharing is a fundamental component in subsistence activities, including equipment, knowledge, labor, and catch, and we should keep it sharing. The AC unanimously opposed Proposal 167 and felt that this was an unrealistic expectation for subsistence users in remote areas especially. It is not needed for in-salmon management by the department, or in-season management by the department, and enforcing a 5-day reporting regulation would be burdensome to ADF&G staff and enforcement, and it places unnecessary requirement for users with no measurable benefit. I will now move on to the Nushagak king salmon efforts that our advisory committee made. It is important for us to remember as we move forward in discussing the Nushagak king salmon management that we are discussing two separate plans. The umbrella management plan for times of abundance that would also remain in effect, as well as the stock of concern plan, which would, as the AC advocates for its use, be only in regulation when we are in a stock of concern designation for Nushagak Chinook. As the AC addressed in our letter to the board submitted as on-time comment in AC 24, we delayed final decision-making on the stock of concern plan and the Nushagak-Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan for additional information and proposed regulatory language by the King Salmon Committee. In regards to the Nushagak King Salmon Management Plan, the AC supported the revised language for Proposal 11, found originally in Public Comment 356 and now in RC 13, with our 3 points of amended language found both in our minutes in RC 5, but additionally and helpfully footnoted in that BBSRI document in RC 13. We agree that the Nushagak king salmon are declining. We have seen a significant reduction to complete closure over the last decade and a half of our targeting of kings in both the commercial and sport industry, and a very noticeable shift in subsistence focus from Chinook to sockeye to fill our smokehouses and freezers. And all user groups have broadly agreed that we need to take action across harvest methods to reduce pressure in order to protect escapement. Revised Proposal 11 and the Stock of Concern Plan are our attempts to do this, but we also must recognize the need for better enumeration of king salmon within the Nushagak River and adequately assess the ramifications of the fleet and sport users on the run with better public production processor reports on actual king salmon harvests in the season, sport fish angler days, and retention. Please note that we opposed Proposal 13 and took no action on Proposal 12 in light of our work on Proposal 11. Proposal 11, as revised by the Nushagak King Salmon Committee and was originally submitted as PC 356 and then again as RC 13, we took the following action. This revised proposal was reviewed carefully by the AC, and many comments regarding the need to prioritize subsistence as the very last fishery to be restricted or closed was iterated numerous times. Subsistence users feel strongly that commercial and sport fishers should be restricted for conservation prior to any limitations being placed upon subsistence. The Nushagak AC supported 7-day-a-week fishing schedule as a measure to ensure access to all fishers to be able to balance work, tides, and run timing in order to effectively harvest what is needed. Restricting access for subsistence should always be the last intervention by ADF&G for king conservation as it impacts the harvests of all salmon species. The amount needed for Nushagak subsistence fishery does not differentiate between salmon species and are used by all residents of our area, which led to our first amendment within that revised Proposal 11 to state that the subsistence fishery is the last fishery to be closed or restricted. A member expressed some concern, as did ADF&G managers present on the 7 million sockeye trigger in the Wood River and the 2.5 million sockeye in the Nushagak parameters for managing to the lower upper end of the escapement goal for the king salmon outlined in Section 2 of the revised proposal. 5 million sockeye for the Wood River and 2 million for the Nushagak River were discussed at length. The 7 and 2.5 million were based off the median from the past 20 years. These smaller run projections were based off of more of a 40-year median. The Wood River trigger was also heavily debated during our AC meeting. Several advisory committee members commented that test fishing, when able to be conducted, should not be limited only to the drift fleet. Therefore, under Section 3, we removed the word drift to allow for both set and drift opportunities should test fishing be conducted in the Nushagak district. Furthermore, we amended the subsistence restriction to state may instead of shall, and remove the 3-day-a-week, leaving the restriction, whatever it may be, broad and at the discretion of ADF&G management. Additionally, conversation reiterated the need to protect subsistence access to all salmon species as the #1 user priority. We did a roll call vote for the revised Proposal 11 as amended with our 3 amendments, and it was passed with 1 opposing vote. For the stock of concern plan that's also found in RC 13, We did pass this with one dissenting vote, and I'll go over those by section. Sections A and B, we felt very self-explanatory for the classification regarding the intent of the plan to be only used in regulatory effect when Nushagak king salmon are listed as a stock of concern. That was reviewed and reiterated. Sections C and D had lengthy discussion on how managing for the SEG in the Wood River when the sockeye run was less than 7 million raised many concerns on how the 7 million number was reached, and that was discussed as the 20-year median, and if it should be lower. 5 million again was discussed at length as an alternative, and concerns that 7 million was too high and could direct a more aggressive sockeye fishing, as well as the 2.5 million projection for the Nushagak sockeye was also discussed at length. ADF&G staff present indicated these ranges would increase fishing pressure after June 28th if in effect. Comments made regarding desire to fish hard after foregoing a significant percentage of the run in either river was favorable, as the need to balance king conservation with sockeye harvest will be key. It was also noted that if we hadn't commercially fished in 2022, we still wouldn't have met the king escapement goal in the Nushagak River. It was noted that within the fleet, there is no gross malicious intent to hide king catches, as some have insinuated in other views and conversations. Nor was it felt that anyone wants to engage in any prosecution of a fishery that would jeopardize king returns, but that we also must manage for balance to allow for the harvest of sockeye. No motions were made to amend the numbers within these plans, but there was significant discussion for and against them. Compromising on numbers with the department is and was desired. Sections E and F were self-explanatory and were unanimously supported within that stock of concern plan. Prior to final action being taken on the stock of concern plan, we did at length discuss the use of the Wood River Special Harvest Area, as it would provide another management tool to the department in order to avoid the harvest of kings. Comments opposing this cited congestion in the river, the fact that the Wood River, I have four more sentences.
If you could very quickly do
Yes.
those, thank you.
Thank you so much. Comments in opposition to the Wood River Special Harvest Area included it would restrict subsistence in that section of the river when it was being commercially fished. Other considerations included conservation concerns, especially for McClung kings and the Nushagak bound kings that would be incidental catch in the lower river, pollution and ecological concerns. That motion failed to use the Wood River Special Harvest Area, as did the reduction of mesh size as suggested in the department's stock of concern plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie, appreciate it. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
What RC number is attributed to your AC comments?
RC number 5.
That would have been much too early. Did you not put in an RC with the most recent meeting, or is that RC 5?
Through the chair, Member Wood, it is RC 5 from our most recent meeting.
Okay. You mentioned during your presentation seeking a compromise. I didn't catch what you were seeking a compromise on.
On the numbers within both the management plan under Proposal 11 for the Wood River 7 million number, as well as in the stock of concern plan for the Wood River triggers and the 7 million sockeye in the Wood and the 2.5 million in the Nushagak. Those were our most heavily discussed points at the meeting.
Were the OEGs part of that discussion?
As far as the percentages, they were discussed because the OEGs would be based off of the percentages. The 15% in the Nushagak River, most members felt very comfortable with. The 10% in the Wood River was debated.
No action taken on that one?
No specific action on number changes were made, as the department was not comfortable with giving us specific numbers at the meeting. And it was also discussed at length what the King Salmon Committee had determined. And ultimately, we decided to vote in favor of the plans as they were written by the King Committee with our 3 amendments to Proposal 11.
And would that not include the 10 and 15% you were just referencing?
It did include those percentages.
Okay, that's
yes.
what I thought. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Susie, thank you for your excellent report.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I have 2 second calls from earlier this morning that we'll go ahead and do right now before we conclude public testimony. Second call for Steve Miner. And second call for Renee Roque. Hi, Renee. Good morning, just press the button when you're ready. There you go.
Madam Chair and board members, I support the revised proposal number 11, PC 356. Thank you for your time today. My name is Renee Rocky. I'm employed by the Bristol Bay Native Association's Natural Resources Department. This is my personal testimony as a commercial fisher and subsistence fisher in the Nushagak district. I learned to subsistence fish growing up in Kiliganik, the village that is further up the Nushagak River. We pass on our traditions that encompass family values and our culture as Alaska Natives. Of the salmon species, king salmon is what we use the most of. They taste different and dry different by the time they reach Kiliganik. I still put away kings in Dillingham with my kids and grandkids. It's like therapy for the soul. We all get together and tell stories, let the younger generations practice how to cut, dry, and prepare their food. The catching, the cutting, the processing, and the sharing of our knowledge and culture. It's what we do with our smelts, our moose, our ducks, our geese. This is our way of life. I also hunt moose back at home in Kiliganik out of my grandmother's cabin and my mom's cabin. I wouldn't be able to afford my skiff, my snow machine, gas, guns, ammunition, if I didn't earn extra income from commercial fishing for sockeye. We need to have both commercial and subsistence opportunities. We depend on both for income security, but also for food security and culture security. I like the way that the action plan by BBSRI would allow us to keep fishing sockeye, but we need to keep the subsistence regulations as they have been for many years. The subsistence regulations are working as they are written now. In my opinion, there are two other user groups that don't show aggressive, let alone any participation in conservation of any species, including the king salmon. Area M and bottom fishermen, such as trawlers, draggers. This bycatch is want and waste. If the subsistence user group were to practice this way, we would be prosecuted to the full extent of the law in the state of Alaska. I'd like to know that my family in Kiliganik can continue to fish kings for subsistence upriver, and for my family in Dillingham to continue commercial fishing for sockeye. Your decision at the statewide meeting will drastically affect our local Nushagak drainage year-round residents. I hope decisions will be made not only with scientific data that has been presented, but also with moral, ethical values, and include common sense.
Thank you, Renee. Are there any board questions? Appreciate your testimony this morning. Thank you. That concludes the public testimony portion of our agenda. Let's take about a 30-minute break and set up for Committee of the Whole, and we'll begin with Committee of the Whole Group 1 here in about a half hour. Thank you. Right. We're back on the record. The time is 11:09 a.m. and we're going to go ahead and begin here with Committee of the Whole work shortly. Just a couple of instructions for folks who may not be familiar or remember how this works. So for Committee of the Whole, we typically follow a New England town hall style meeting. The committee meetings are intended to provide opportunities for additional information gathering and hopefully also for some dispute resolution. Committees are not a forum for a debate nor a platform for repeating information that's already been received through public testimony. During board committee meetings, advisory committee reps may express both their official positions of their committee as well as their own personal views. We just ask that we make sure that you make that distinction when you're speaking and putting that on the record. Of course, the board recognizes the AC reps as knowledgeable fisheries leaders and want them to be able to function freely during these meetings. Also, during the committee meeting, we're going to ask the public to come forward and use the microphone near the front table. Previous iterations of this, we had a roaming mic or a roving mic, but please come forward. You see the mic at the riser with the blue skirt on it. That's where we'd like you to come forward and put your thoughts on the record. If you do intend to speak, we also ask you to please move towards the front of the room in order to minimize that waiting time between comments. And of course, when you do speak, please state your name clearly for the record, even if you've done so earlier. So every time you come up to speak, please put your name, let us know who's talking for the recordings. Again, not similar to public testimony, please don't refer to people by their names. We're looking for new testimony only. Don't repeat what already has been said, even though I'm doing that right now. If people start repeating the same points, the committee chair is going to move on to the next proposal. And if substitute language is being developed or you feel it should be developed, please speak to what the substitute language says or what you think it should say. This is the opportunity to start really drilling down into what the proposal language should look like. So I would advise or just ask everybody to take advantage of that opportunity. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Wood, and he'll provide you any additional instructions. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little deviation from where I normally conduct the meetings. We're going to proceed with the action plan first and conclude the committee of the whole on that, and then go forward to 11, 12, and 13 in respective orders. So when you're addressing this body, keep your comments to those specific items. Secondly, if you wish to testify, please, and you know you're going to be testifying, come up to the front. I'll be recognizing people as they raise their hand from the front. So if you want to testify absolutely last, just stay in the back of the room, and that's what will happen. So with that, I would ask anybody that is known they're going to be testifying on the action plan to start moving forward up to the front. And with that, we're going to deviate a little bit here and give staff an opportunity to give their presentation because there has been development since they initially gave us their suggested action plan alternatives. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff. Tim?
Thank you, Chairman Wood. So I just wanted to go through some of these numbers. I see RC 13, RC 29, and RC 41 that have kind of the same structure but different numbers, and I wanted to speak to where the numbers come from so that everybody's aware of how they were generated and what they kind of mean. So the first thing I'm going to start with is the 7 million number that is in C2 of the proposed action plan. And you can see on the screen here, we have the Wood River sockeye salmon escapement history for the total run. It has the year, the total run, the harvest, the escapement, and the harvest rate. From 1963, and if I can get my mouse to...
Give us a second here to catch up. Give us a reference again.
This is, you can look at RC 41.
RC 41, thank you. Yes, I've got that in front of me. Where is this chart, though?
This is RC 14, is where the numbers are at.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so again, Wood River sockeye salmon, total run, it has broken down by total run, harvest, escapement. And 1963 onward, it's on 2 pages. So the most current page is 2000 to 2022. Now, to come up with this number, so the language is when the Wood River sockeye salmon forecast or in-season projection is less than X million, and they have 7 million in RC 41, they're changing it to 5 million. The department shall manage for the current SEG of 700,000 to 1.8 million. So if the run is this X number or less, we're gonna be targeting to be within that current SEG escapement goal range. And if it's above that number, then we would be applying some percentage to go above that escapement goal range, and I'll talk about that next. But the 7 million comes from looking at the median of the last 20 years, 2003 to 2022, the median, and so, not to state the obvious, but the median is the middle number. So there's 10 numbers that are above the median and 10 numbers that are below the median in 20 years, versus the mean, which could be a much higher number. So the median is 6.98 million, but that's only for 20 years. If you incorporate 40 years of data, then the median is 5 million. And you could use all years. This RC just has the comparison between the 20 years and the 40 years. So that's where it's going, where the numbers are coming from. And if you look at the bottom part of this table here, 2017 on, you can see that all 6 years since 2017 have been well above the 7 million number. And so that they're really a big part of why the median for the last 20 years is 7 million, because it incorporates this recent surge of high productivity. So that's where the number comes from. And I guess if you want to question me about the numbers, or should I move on?
Do you prefer we take each one of the numbers separately to help you? We'll do that. Any questions from board? Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, specifically to RC 41 and the change that was made from 7 million to 5 million, I think you referenced it well, that's the median over a 40-year period, and I think that these charts reflect that. I guess I'll just ask you a very direct question since you're the area manager. Is that number, do you feel comfortable as the manager that will give you and provide you enough flexibility to, specific to the Wood River, to execute what you need to do?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, yes, I believe 5 million would provide meaningful king salmon conservation.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go on to the next number in a similar vein is the trigger.
One moment, please. Sandy, you have a question? Okay.
Okay, so the number at which we would trigger the same action for the Nushagak River, and again, the same kind of table, catch, total run, escapement for the Nushagak River sockeye salmon, and the same calculations down here, and the median, and see the 20-year median is 2.4, the 40-year median is 2 million, in RC 41, 2.5 million is the number. Again, I don't want to judge the numbers, but we don't have that same big surge here that's driving a higher median so much in the Nushagak data as we did. It's only a couple years of really big numbers in the Nushagak versus the Wood River. I don't know if that made sense, but.
If any member has any questions, just hit your light and I'll try and recognize you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Tim, specifically, I'll ask you a very direct question in regards to what you just said in regards to the Nushagak. I can understand that the information that you came up with specific to the Wood River, you might not have the other, but specific to the 2.5 million and the percentage that's included in RC 15, do you also feel that that is representative and adequate enough to provide for king salmon conservation and also give you enough latitude throughout the run to make sure that the front end and the back half of the king salmon run, there's adequate passage?
To the chair, yes, Mr. Carpenter, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go on to the percentages then. So the idea of the percentage for the OEG is that once we hit that 5 million or 2.5 million escapement, then we're gonna wanna have additional escapement above the current escapement goal range to tell us, so again, how hard to fish, and it's okay to go over the escapement goal range by this amount, so that we're not forced to fish too hard. This provides an opportunity to have windows and pulses and protect the king salmon. So having a higher OEG gives us room to have more windows for king salmon conservation. And the number here, we have this chart, you can see, it starts at 8 million. If 5 million were the number, these numbers would start at a lower level, but this is what's in the RC. And at 10%, so on an 8 million run this year, the forecast for the Nushagak District, Wood River is 8 million. So our total escapement OEG would be 2.6 million. So that's at 10%, 10% of 8 million is 800,000. So you add that 800,000 to the top end of the escapement goal range, which is 1.8 million, and you get 2.6 million. And if you used a different number, so for example, if you used 15%, then the top end of the escapement goal range would be 3 million on an 8 million sockeye salmon forecast for the Wood River.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Tim, specifically, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, specific to the Wood River, and I think it's been demonstrated over specifically the last 5 years, but probably many years past, that the Wood River is able to absorb pretty significant sockeye escapement without having any real conservation problems. I think the replacement value in the Wood River is, I mean, maybe it's unknown even at this point because it's such a very productive system over time. And I guess my question is specific to RC 41 and this, you referenced the 10% number, but RC 41 specifically uses the 15% range. So I believe you said that would be 3 million. 3 million. Is that a reasonable number from the department's perspective, and will that, do you have any conservation concerns at all about putting that many sockeye into that system?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, no, I don't have any conservation concerns with that. I think it's a very reasonable number.
Thank you.
No other questions? Continue.
Okay, so we have the same chart here for the Nushagak River. Same idea, once we hit the 2.5 million escapement goal range, then we're gonna have an OEG above what's the current escapement goal range, which is 370,000 to 900,000. And 7 million forecast for 2023. So 7 million forecast with a 15% OEG would put us at 1,950,000, kind of the upper end of the OEG. And the idea of using these percentages is it moves with the run size, and so we think that's a really effective way to kind of change things year to year without having to come to the board for guidance.
And that is appreciated. Any other questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, specifically, obviously the Nushagak is quite a different system, but I think the way that RC 41 is worded, to me, it looks like it gives you pretty flexible guidelines, and, you know, you can pull from different bits of information throughout the season, the Port Molar Index, the CPE, things like that. Does the 15% that's represented here, is that a reasonable expectation for you to provide king conservation, allow passage of sockeye into the Nushagak, and do you feel comfortable with that percentage?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to switch over now to the other part of this plan, which is in D, which talks about the triggers. So the triggers tell us when to start fishing. And specifically, we have this graph thanks to BBSRI and Scott Rayborn. These next series of graphs were kind of developed by them. So I want to acknowledge that. The graph right here is the Nushagak River sockeye run size in millions of fish on the left axis. And the date when fishing would begin on the bottom. And the Nushagak triggers lines, you know, 50,000, 100,000, 200.
What RC are you looking at?
This, I'm sorry, I apologize. This was our, this is in our it says RC 11, but I think this is, this was in our presentation, but they were slides past the, past what we didn't show these slides. We had them as references in case there were questions. And I don't think this is an RC because what was presented to the board stopped. Didn't it stop?
Yeah.
Are they in the actual action plan?
No, they're not in the action plan. We don't, this is not an RC, I think. I think we messed up because it says on the computer here it's RC 14. But no, that's not, that's different.
Well, if nothing else, could you please make sure it does get RC'd in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Apologize for that. So the triggers are when, based on the run size, what date we would hit the trigger, we'd start fishing, based on the trigger size. And I'm gonna go to the next slide here. This has the king salmon run overlaying on that with, on the right axis, you can see the percentage of the king salmon run. And so this box here, and we have a 7 million forecast for Nushagak sockeye this year, and we would hit the 6% trigger would be 420,000 sockeye. So we would come over here to right about there, and that would be when we hit the trigger of 420,000 sockeye that would allow us to start fishing. And you can see it's after the midpoint of the king salmon historical midpoint, 50%.
What date is that? I can't read it from here.
June 26th, basically.
Thank you.
So, and again, because it's percentage, it provides flexibility. If we have a smaller run size, say a 4 million run size, 240,000 trigger, then again, we come down here and it's just after the midpoint and basically June 26th.
I don't see any other questions. You have anything further?
We have the same kind of program for the Wood River, but instead of 6%, I think the number in here is 10%. And we don't have the similar chart on that, but 10%. So this year, 8 million forecast, 800,000 would be 10%. We've been opening at 150,000, so you can see it provides substantially more protection.
Mr. Carlson Van Dort, and then Mr. Carpenter.
Thanks. So, do you have a graph that has, maybe this, that has the sockeye numbers that you could overlay on top, that is overlaid on top of this? Because I'm just sitting here and I'm wondering, you know, is that it?
No, that's Chinook, sorry. I do not have one with sockeye numbers.
Because, you know, one of the things that I'm really interested in hearing from the committee work here is, you can go back to that same one if you don't, is whether or not the midpoint is acceptable. Because if we're, and I don't know how to assess or compare what the sockeye escapement is relative to that on that graphic that you just had up here with all the, where you were sort of pulling that across, because, you know, one could make the argument that maybe we need to be looking at 75%, but I have no idea what that comparative sockeye number is, and, I mean, if it's just gonna completely flood the system, I don't know. So that would be useful, and that would be something that, as we get into the discussion here in committee, I'd be really interested in hearing from the public about whether the midpoint is what we should be targeting or not.
Can you get that information?
Through the chair, yeah, Member Carlson Van Dort. So this does have the sockeye number, this line here, and I apologize for no legend on, this is the graph from our presentation that we gave to start the meeting. And we don't have, we had the 1.5 million and the 9.5 million lines here that showed where they crossed.
Yeah, I get it, but, you know,
Yeah.
seeing it all in one place where you can
Yeah.
kind of, you know, look across and see how all these parts would sort of fit together on one page would be
Okay.
really helpful.
We'll work on that. As far as the, you know, if we're past 50%, I guess the example that we've been talking about among ourselves is, if it's 100,000 king salmon run to the New Shigak district, then in theory, we have 50,000 fish minus whatever subsistence harvest is gonna be up the river. So, I guess you can think about it in those terms as well. Of course, if it's much lower run, then we'll have less than that, but I don't know if that helps.
For kings.
Right, if it's a 50.
Yeah, but I'm talking about relative to
Right.
sockeye, since that's
Right.
the whole discussion.
Yeah.
Right?
And again, the biggest problem with the sockeye number is it's gonna be an average, and, you know, for example, 2022, we caught 800,000 on June 23rd, and then another 800,000 went through on June 25th, just for the New Shigak, because so.
Yeah, I know, and that's why you know, deciding to pick a median for the king and then using an average for the sockeye, you know, I don't understand that, so why that was done. And again, fodder for committee.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, so I think specifically maybe to question that Ms. Carlson Van Dort asked regarding the 50% timing of the King Run moving through the New Shigak. These triggers that are in place for both the New Shigak and the Wood River, first of all, are you confident as a manager that those numbers represent passage into those systems at those points in time, roughly June 25th, 26th, that are not overbearing on the systems, I guess, first of all, for that time period?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, not overbearing on the systems, like worried about too much escapement?
Do those triggers represent a number of sockeye passed into those systems based on the date that we're basically talking around the 25th or 26th? Is that too much on the front end for these systems to be able to absorb, or is there any conservation issues at all that would necessarily be, that we should need to be considering at this point? Or do those triggers represent reasonable numbers for you to manage by?
Yeah, Mr. Carpenter, to the chair, I believe they represent reasonable numbers for us to manage by.
And I guess the second part of my question, specific to, you know, half the run being passed through the New Shigak system, is do the OEGs represent enough flexibility that the back half of the King Run through the Nushagak gives you enough flexibility to put enough sockeye in there that the back half of the King Run there'll still be enough opportunities, windows, if you may use that, your EO authority still exists, to where the exploitation rate of those kings is still gonna be reasonable enough to provide enough king escapement on the back half.
Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no other questions from, this Commissioner.
Yeah, Tim, I guess that was a question building on Mr. Carpenter's question. As I laid awake last night thinking about this, we have an obligation to pass fish in relation to the overall timing of the run. So what we're doing is we're setting up, protecting the first half of this run. Do you have enough guidance in this plan to ensure that the latter half of the run will be protected and we're not just moving in fish in the first half of the run and over time just changing it to an earlier and earlier run timing per se? So I guess what specific actions are built into this plan or will you take as a commercial fishery manager to ensure that the second half of this run is protected?
Yeah.
Or conserved, not protected, conserved.
Sure, to the chair, Commissioner. So we still have emergency order authority, and my plan would be to still continue the kind of pulse fishing schedule that we've been using, where we're trying to close on most tides for at least the first 3 hours of the flood, to continue having at least some windows in the fishery. Now, there's days that we don't do that because if it's gonna be a big weather event or something like that, we might go to more continuous fishing for a day or two. But in general, what we've been doing is taking those 3-hour breaks or 4-hour breaks, or, depending on how fast the fish are coming in, early in the season. Like, once we start fishing, we won't go to heavy fishing right away. We'll ease into it and do, the last couple of years, we've tried to do less than 12 hours with the drift fleet through the end of June. And we ramp up from there, responding to how the fish are entering. But yes, I believe with the current EO authority, we can still have breaks and protect the whole part of the run.
Any questions generated, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
So the department has EO authority to do that right now. So what I'm thinking people are looking for, what the department I believe is asking for, and what I'm interested in hearing from the public and committee, is guidance to you on how to do that in not only the first half of the run, but the second half of the run too, because just because 50% went by doesn't mean we don't still have a problem. So, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna use your EO authority to protect the last half, then what are we doing here? So, I mean, and again, I would like to focus some of the committee discussion on some of that too. Thank you.
I presume that was a rhetorical question.
As Mr. Chair, thank you for that latitude.
Anything further from the staff?
Mr. Chairman, that really covers the king salmon part of, or the commercial fish part of this RC. I guess I defer to the other divisions if they have anything to add, but I don't know.
Okay.
These
Any
were the
other
numbers.
questions generated by the board? If not, we're going to, who is? Lisa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at RC 41, and it looks like it's substitute language for the management plan and substitute language for 11. I wasn't quite sure how these two mesh together, because in the subsistence fisheries, in the management plan on RC 41 page 2, it says be managed in accordance with current regs, but then on page 4, there's some suggested language change, so I just would like to be caught up a little bit on what the intent of this 41 might be.
I believe what is going on is right now we're on the action plan and you have subsistence remaining at the current status. And the plan on 11 we'll be addressing when we get to the proposal 11, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
And no further questions? Thank you, staff. Wait. Well, now I was going to deviate one more time and allow the initial author of no, it wasn't the initial author, but the Salmon Committee itself, who's been working with other parties, to come up and address this RC 41 and what changes were made, et cetera, and the process they followed. And then we'll go to the customary new information. Okay, Mr. Regnart, that's your group, buddy. Let's make some room at the table. Maybe one staff member stay there and the others, there we go. Who's this fellow off the right? Jeff, you are part of the study team that spearheaded some of the efforts here, and I'm just going to give you and your group an opportunity to address how you went about coming to the conclusions you did, and what it is you anticipate that would be the result of that. Yes, and introduce yourself and those with you on the record.
Sure. Through the chair, Jeff Regnart, Michael Link, and Tom Burkover, we're all part of the BBSRI study team that's been engaged in this effort since the 2018 Board of Fish meeting.
And you have seen RC 41 that's before us?
Yes, we have.
And could you describe to us what process you followed in kind of spearheading this effort?
Yeah, so through the chair, great question. Again, we really appreciate the opportunity to address the board. This has been a work that's been going on since, as we mentioned, since 2018. We've had an 8-member committee that was originally a Board of Fish committee that then went to just a private committee, if you will. All 8 members stayed on the committee, so we have the original 8 that have stayed with it since the beginning. We've had multiple meetings. I'd have to do a count, but dozen plus meetings over that time period, both over Zoom and in person, looking at all the information, data, coming up with really what you see in front of you in the RC that was put in. I think it was 15 and 16 or 14 and 15, which is the narrative and the tables. That is an update to what was submitted as PCs in the November board meeting. That was much more expansive, probably a total of 80 or 90 pages that really showed the full breadth of the committee work. But trying to get to the stock of concern and really the nitty-gritty so the board can, have the information to deliberate, we toned that down into what you saw in those, that RC 14 and 15. That's further been refined with additional information coming forward, engaging with users, department, and that was what was captured in RC 41. All this is backed up with very long discussions, including input from the department and those 8 members, of course, through consensus, reaching the decisions that you see both in the standalone stock of concern plan and also in the modified Proposal 11. Because Proposal 11, as submitted for the normal board meeting, has been modified because of the stock of concern, and some of those elements have been pulled into the stock of concern memo so they would live there as long as that designation is in good standing. Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Regnart, just for the record, the committee that was established by the board on that 4 years ago, and you said that most of those people still remained active the last couple of years, even though it wasn't sanctioned necessarily by the board at that time. Was there a diverse group of stakeholders that still existed with those 8 members? Was there sports, subsistence, commercial, all represented in the discussions the last couple of years?
Through the chair, Board Member Carpenter, those original 8 were picked by the board to, represent both sport, subsistence, and commercial. And so, yeah, we felt lucky that all agreed to stay. And, it was a great representation of the different users that are involved in this resource in fisheries.
And I guess my final question would be specific to the language in RC 41. Was there, with the remaining people that still were participating in this work group, was there pretty strong consensus specifically to the language that's presented here, that was the language that the group wanted to bring forward?
Through the chair, Board Member Carpenter, yes, strong consensus, knowing that going into this process that there's going to likely be a few tweaks to find that middle ground to where you could actually have a product to get over the goal line. And so, with that as a backdrop, I'd say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have one question. It just boils down to, all 3 of you listened to the presentation just made by Tim, the biologist, explaining how the numbers 41 were arrived at. Is there any reason to believe that these will not work as a tool in addressing the issues out there?
Through the chair, Board Member Woods, no, I think that the department did a very good job describing how they would implement this plan and how it would work for conserving kings.
Okay, and if either one of your colleagues have a differing opinion, I'd like to hear it. It doesn't mean I have to pipe up if they don't. So I see no lights, they apparently agree. Thank you, sir. Oops, hit your light because I can't see you guys over there.
Can you see my
Ms.
light?
Mitchell.
Thank you, Member Wood. Just a quick question. I realized that this RC 41 was just kind of put in front of us, and I haven't had a lot of time to look over it yet, but my question regarding your group of 8 was this RC 41 a consensus of your group of 8 then, when it was drafted, I'm assuming in the last day or so?
Through the chair and Board Member Mitchell, everything but what was highlighted in yellow was a consensus. What is in yellow is trying to reach a middle ground. And so, we did not reconvene the committee. Most of the members are in touch with us, but not all. So I can't say that they didn't get back in and re-vote on those.
I just want to point out that my paper's black and white, so I'm not sure what those areas are, but I would like to know what they are.
My apologies. And so they're the numbers that were, through the chair, numbers that were discussed by Board Member Carpenter asking of the department. And so there's what's bracketed in C2 and C3. We have bracketed 7 in both places replaced with 5, and then bracketed 10 replaced with 15. And then going to the second page of that RC, little 2I, you have bracketed 6 changing to 10. And lastly, on the third page, under Proposal 11 revised, you go down to under Section B, 4.1, bracketed 7s turning to 5s, 7 million to 5 million. Madam Chair.
Ms. Carlson-Van Dorn.
In the course of the committee work, did you have discussion about whether that 95,000 in river goal was appropriate? And then, given the stock of concern designation, whether that should be changed, whether an OEG should be considered for king salmon along with an OEG for sockeye?
So, Madam Chair, we talked about the 95,000 to some degree, but knowing what the sonar is providing as far as accuracy, understanding that there's not a brood table, can't forecast, we didn't go too far down that road because we know there's really no real information to build a different number on, which is part of the reason the department is stuck with the 55 to 120 SEG and the 95,000 in river. So we talked about it, but we could not come up with a different approach, just knowing the quality of the data that's available, Madam Chair.
How did the committee take up the discussion of what was an appropriate amount of king salmon to be conserving?
Madam Chair, it is really to try to, get in the escapement goal range on any given year. So really trying to get above 55, between 55 and 120, hoping that you get near the 95, because of course that's what the board's designated as, an appropriate in-river number for the different uses that occur above the sonar. But I think as it's worded now, it's, basically get within the escapement goal range for 3 years or more. That's the hope of this conservation plan.
The reason I'm asking the question is because, I'm just trying to drill down into whether the goal was to conserve king salmon or what was to harvest sockeye. And so that's why I'm trying to sort of understand what the discussion around was specific to king conservation.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, that's a great question. And, there's always a balance here, but, the bulk of our conversations was in and around conserving king salmon. This was a king salmon proposal in and around the management plan, which then led to stock and concern based on the departments and the board's decisions in November. So it was about conservation of kings, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Mr. Commissioner.
So did you guys talk at all about, after these triggers are going and then you basically start harvesting sockeye after you have these triggers now that try to conserve the front end, the impact it would have in the latter end of the king salmon run, and whether any kind of measures would need to be put in place in that latter half of the king run?
Through the chair, Commissioner Lang, we did. That's where the OEG becomes a real critical piece to this matrix that the board could be building through this deliberative process. After the 28th, we know that date is what's being recommended. We have triggers both in the Nushagak and in the Wood River to delay fishing through the 28th. And then after the 28th, you have about 40% of the Chinook run still to return. And the committee recognized that and felt that the OEG approach, which gives a lot more flexibility for the department to proactively manage for the conservation of kings by restricting fisheries, allowing windows to pass kings through the district, would be the best option. And that is largely because the dynamics of Bristol Bay fisheries, we can just talk about Nushagak, things change so quickly. So what is today in this tide, by the night's going to be different, or in the morning it's going to be different. So, these are fisheries that are closed until the manager decides to open them. And they're designed that way because things change so quickly, and there's so much information that comes in that's different day to day. So we felt it was best to put it in the hands of the manager with this umbrella of an OEG and let them go forth and really conserve kings in that manner.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. And again, I'd be interested in sort of offering this up as fodder for additional committee discussion, but that brings me back to this 95,000 has been static. And that is accounting for ANS and also for sport harvest. And if we're trying to conserve kings, should we not be considering additional king numbers or tweaking that number? I'm not sure you're gonna be any better at enumerating how many sockeye go up than you are at enumerating kings. So I just kind of wanted to throw some of this stuff out there because this is what I'm struggling with and would really appreciate some public discussion on it.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up. So when the committee started, of course, the action plan hadn't been crafted. The committee started back in 2018 with the issues before the board and took a holistic approach to addressing the management of the king salmon fishery. One of the issues the committee struggled with from the get-go was the uncertainty associated with the current stock status program, the research program. The committee talked a lot about the escapement goals, the SEG, and the in-river goal. But really, the SEG set by the department, the committee didn't have any control over that. The committee talked about the in-river goal in terms of some of the triggers in the plan. For example, there's a trigger in the plan that directs the department to project 100,000 by the Wood River Tower, if I'm not mistaken, before opening. That provision falls under the section of the plan that occurs when you're projecting less than 55,000. So in very poor scenarios, the department is currently required to wait till 100,000 sockeye is projected by the Wood River. What the committee decided is to move that trigger up in the plan, not just so So implement that not just below 55, but at higher levels. So the committee didn't talk about changing the 95, but they did talk about applying some of the provisions that were only applied under low run scenarios, under higher run scenarios, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, with your latitude, yeah, and when I'm speaking about the committee, I'm speaking about like the committee of the whole, not just your committee, but I appreciate that clarification, it's helpful. Thanks, Tom.
Any other questions from, I just have one question. I'm a really simple person in approach. But why would not the windows concept that's in proposal 13 work just as efficiently as all of this that we've got in front of us in the action plan?
So through the chair, and also Chair Woods in this committee, you know, the committee talked about this, the Nishigat King Committee, and felt that really kind of back to my original comments on using the OEG. If you didn't have an OEG in front of you, then, you know, I think there would be more, you know, justification to talk about kind of a window approach. But that OEG is quite broad. It flexes with the size of the run, which is really important in the Bay because you might have a Wood River run 5 million one year and 15 million the next. So you need to have an OEG that reflects that. And if you were to use the percentage approach that's being suggested, you will have that OEG that climbs with the size of the run. And that will give the flexibility to the department to conserve kings and actually do it in a way, in the Bay, it's all about, if you want to conserve kings, it's time in the water. It's the fewer net hours you have in the water, that's how you're going to move kings. And the department and the manager is best at doing that, best at making strategic strikes, if you will, with the commercial fishery on sockeye and then get out. Leaving that flexibility to them, I believe, trusting them to do that will maximize your king salmon conservation rather than a kind of a rigid window approach that doesn't take into effect size of run, timing of run, tides, and all the rest of it that they deal with.
Ms. Van Doort?
Thanks. One last question for you. So I think when I was first on this board, I attended one of these meetings, 3-4 years ago now. But I don't remember, like, could you just refresh my memory on who is on this committee, who contributed to this, and then, you know, which, if any, user group they were representing?
I won't use names, but as far as representation, so we had 3 that from the commercial, 3 from sport, 1 subsistence, and then 1 kind of is described as Joe Fisherman, not a commercial operation in the sport fishery, but fishing on the river for their own enjoyment. That was the makeup of the committee.
Why can't we have names?
Oh, no, I can't give,
Oh,
I
okay.
can't
I was
give you
like,
names.
it wasn't on the, I think there was a comment on the report that it wasn't on the website, so yeah, I just.
Yeah, I'm always careful with names.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I mean, you can submit it in our site, you can do it however you want to, but yeah, I'm just kind of curious who was on the committee, that's all.
Yeah, so we can provide that. In fact, I think in PC, in the PC's original meeting, we actually listed out everybody and kind of their background. So we can resubmit that so you have it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
If there are no other questions from the board, we'll take a recess till 1:30 and come back and give those in the audience the benefit of lunch hour to mull over what's been presented thus far. Okay, staff, we're going to have room for people that want to come up and testify, so. Okay. Did not see that. So, we're back in committee of the whole, and those who wish to give us new information, present testimony, please come on seat towards the front of the row. I'll start off with anybody that wants to be recognized in the first row. Raise your hand, and I will call on you. Yes. Pardon me?
Can I just put something on the record? So I was working with staff over the break just to try and put together the graphic that I was interested in taking a look at that might help inform this discussion. So when it's ready and it's hits the press, then just kind of let folks know. But the idea was to kind of take a look at the King sort of timing and the percentages, the histogram, and then overlay the sockeye run timing on top of that, and just kind of see if there's any interesting comparisons to make. That's all. I just wanted to kind of let folks know that that was coming, and I hope to see it soon. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's happening as you talk, as a matter of fact. Beamer, did you have your hand up? Come on up.
Thank you, Chairman Wood, members of the board. My name's Ray, for the record, my name's Ray Beamsdorfer. I'm speaking on behalf of Kenai River Sport Fishing Association today. I am speaking with respect to the Nushagak Stock Concern Action Plan. Carissa has reviewed that plan from the perspective of the King Conservation purpose, which is expressed in the existing management plan. And we would like to commend all the work of the working committee, just as an aside up front. They made significant progress, and we thank them for all their work to kind of wrestle through those difficult challenges. That being said, we have several areas of concern and some corresponding recommendations for to bolster the King protections in that proposed plan. We're not sure we're sure that they don't go far enough. We were concerned with the triggers in the plan, the numerical triggers, but we have reviewed RC41, and RC41 does a really good job of cleaning up, a lot of our concerns over those triggers, and so we're supportive of if that turns out to be substitute language, we are supportive of those triggers. Those triggers appear to be where we were hopeful that they would be. We remain very concerned about the adequacy of the protection in the latter part of the run, particularly as the start dates move back, and so we're concerned that the current plan doesn't provide clear direction on the King meeting the escapement goal, the purpose of meeting the King escapement goals for the one hand, and adequate protection on the latter part of the run. And so we would recommend, we're going to recommend some remedy for that. We're hoping to, we're listening to the department reports, and we want to hear the committee testimony to craft something that, doesn't tie the manager's hands too much, but provides for some prescriptive measures. So we will be working to provide more specific proposals for the protection, either in the form of windows or a limitation on hours. We do support proposal 13 in concept, but we're at this point where we need more information to decide if that's the best way to accomplish that, or if there's other alternatives that might be more effective. We're also, the other thing that is concerning to us, I'll wrap up, is I appreciate your time, is the current plan doesn't provide any guidance or direction for when the fisheries might close to protect kings, and so the managers have no guidance in there on what that might be. We've heard that there's EO discretion there to close if the department deems that appropriate, but we're concerned that it might be hard under the existing plan to exercise that discretion, and we'd like to give them a little more explicit direction and some cover to give them latitude to what they might think they want to do there. So thank you very much.
Any questions from board? Ray, where I'm having a little heartburn is that we're on the downside of this process. And if indeed these recommendations on these two issues come from your organization, there'll not be an opportunity for people to weigh in on them. And it's pretty substantive what it is you're talking about. Is there any way that you're close enough to give us a more concrete idea of where you're heading with this?
Right now, this minute?
Yes.
Yeah, right now, this minute, our recommendation would be 2 12 to 18-hour closure windows per week after beginning, after June 28th. So that's our current recommendation. That would be our current recommendation. That's it.
I appreciate that, so the
That's
public
it.
understands what it is you're thinking of. I mean, obviously, you gotta fill in the details.
Yep.
And the devil is in the details, but nonetheless. And with the concern about the latter part, would that address that as well? It would seem to.
That is designed expressly to address that concern over the latter part. That would provide the protection in the back. Yes, that's what that's designed for.
Just one moment. And the last question is, you noted and thought that the committee process that was followed here signifies some significant progress. Do you think the same effort might produce the same results down in Cook Inlet?
One can only, Chair Wood, one could only hope.
Thank you, Ray. Chair, sit down.
Thank you. What was that again? How many hours?
2 12 to 18-hour closure windows per week. And the manager, our thinking is the manager, we want to give them the flexibility so the manager could put those whenever, makes sense and work around the weather. But we thought 12 to 18 hours would be what would be needed to pass fish through the districts. That's how we arrived at those numbers.
Thank you.
Any other? Ms. Mitchell?
Thanks, and thanks for your comments here. I just kind of had a question based on the fact that you're from a sport fish organization and kind of what your thoughts were on having a directed sport fishery allowing retention of Chinook salmon while it's a stock of concern.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Mitchell. Everybody's going to fish, right? So the intent here is to balance the impacts and provide everybody a reasonable opportunity to fish, in these times of, scarcity and to have some predictability in the fishery. And if you look outside, down south, they've got Endangered Species Act fish, and so the management strategy in these times of scarcity is to reduce the impacts of the fishery to such low levels, we call them de minimis levels, that they don't significantly affect the future productivity of the stock. And so the intent of the current plan, or the effect of the current plan, is with the limits on the bag limits and the moving to catch and release fishery, is to reduce the impact of that sport fishery to such a low level that it's a de minimis effect. And so we're comfortable with that.
Okay, just kind of a follow-up on that, because I often hear this, every fish matters, and what I heard just now is saying that there is some latitude in the amount of harvest that you can have on a species that's a stock of concern.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. I've heard that statement as well. Every fish matters, but we've done extensive modeling in the ESA world and the limitations to look at a risk-based analysis of low levels of fishing. And what we've found universally for all those stocks in these depleted situations is that low levels of fishing on small stocks don't catch enough fish to make a big difference in the future. It's gonna, we need escapement sufficient to come out of the hole, but whether we catch 100 more this way or that way isn't gonna. So the every fish matters, I would say, is a little bit of an overstatement relative to what the science is telling us on the risk analysis on those de minimis fishing rates.
Any-
Thank you.
Anyone else in the first row that wish to be recognized to come present? Anyone in the second row? Gentleman off to the corner.
Thank you, members of the board. For the record, Steve Miner with Peter Pan Seafoods. I have submitted these comments as an RC, but I don't see them online yet, so if you'll indulge me. Peter Pan is one of Alaska's oldest continuously operating seafood companies, and as most of you know, a few years ago, after decades of foreign ownership, was acquired by U.S. investors, including a pretty significant portion that's now held here in Alaska. Our plant in Dillingham employs 550 seasonal workers, and we've already contracted several tenders to support harvesters in the region, including about 120 SetNet permit holders who are local residents. So any action you take is going to have some pretty significant local impacts. We are in support of RC 41, but we would ask you to consider one additional modification, and that would be to change the date from June 28th to June 25th. We believe the date change is consistent with the stated goal of managing this fishery on a first half, second half basis. It was discussed by staff just prior to the break, and they identified June 25th or June 26th as the historic midpoint. It's also consistent with staff comments regarding the department's exercise in managing the second half of the season using their existing authorities. And it's very important to Peter Pan because the early days of this fishery allow us to warm up and get everything going in what is a very large-scale plant. We don't want to open at the peak or just prior to the peak. We need a little bit of time to get everything working again. Finally, the Alaska seafood brand has been built on a few iconic species, including king salmon. So we believe that for cultural and economic reasons, it's vitally important to use science and precautionary management to restore these fisheries. In that spirit, we do support RC 41 with the requested date change. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the first or second row that wish to be? Third row. Lady over here, come forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairwood. For the record, my name is Gayla Hossett, and I'll be referencing language in RC 41 on page 4. With the strikeout of the 3 days of the week and also taking out the time our area is reduced for the in-river king salmon subsistence fishery in the Nishigak River, I don't feel comfortable with that language because it would read, the commissioner may establish by emergency order fishing periods during which the subsistence fishery is restricted, and then following identifying the areas, and I guess what would be restricted to, as stated in public testimony, is that we also target different species of salmon. So I'd like to have you reference to RC 42 for suggested language for just changing the word shall to may and leaving the language the same in anything that you take up on regarding the king salmon management plan. That way, it specifically says for king salmon subsistence fishery.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you for your comments. So specifically addressing your concern on page 4, just so I'm clear with what the intentions of RC 41 are, I think the intention was to do what you suggested and strike shall and put may in there. And then basically, it addresses in-river king salmon subsistence fishing specific to the Nishigak drainage. Otherwise, the regulations that currently exist would be in place. Does that not satisfy what you're trying to do?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood. As far as I read number 41, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, the brackets indicate that the timer area would be removed from the language in RC 41?
Maybe I'm on page 4.
On page 4 of RC 41, the brackets is what's being removed, and the bold and underline is what is being added. And so it takes out the king salmon subsistence fishery language.
I'll talk to you a little bit maybe during a break and clarify.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah. Page 4 is relating to proposal 11. I think that's where the confusion might be. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yeah, maybe I can, if I'm tracking you, Gayla, what I think you're saying is that with removing that specificity of the king salmon subsistence fishery, that the restriction could maybe inadvertently apply to all of the different species and not just salmon, but whitefish and other things too, and that's what you're trying to avoid, is that right?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else in rows 1 through 3 come forward here?
Good afternoon. For clarity, we're just talking about RC 41 right now, not proposals 11, 12, and 13?
Well, partially correct. We're talking about the action plan itself, and that does include RC 41 as one of the options.
Okay. Okay, then the comments regarding that with the action plans, I support it. Done a lot of work on it. One of the questions or concerns I have is that the OEG number that's being thrown around, or the comment about the OEG, is that, you know, just looking back in the last few years on the ADF&G website, we would have hit that OEG in June 26th or June 27th. And at that point, now, you know, the protection that we're hearing is provided by an OEG, a higher, trying to attain the higher OEG. Now that's I guess, arbitrary or to the manager's discretion at that point. And, you know, we've got a good management right now that's in place that is concerned about it. We're at a stock of concern here with king salmon. And that's what we're trying to do here, is trying to preserve king salmon. And so all of our efforts should be at how can we do that? And I hear about foregone economic opportunities and economic issues and things like that, taking into account of not completely shutting down either user group, any user group, and still giving bits of opportunities, economic opportunities to fish and make a living. We need to look at what are we actually trying to do here with this king conservation. And if we're serious about it, we have to make some serious changes. We were here in 2018, and we're worried about being at this point, and now we're here, and now we're chasing it. And so I would just strongly urge to consider upping that OEG number if we're going to look at implementing 41 as is, and not doing any other windows or anything like that. So if that's where we end up going, again, to repeat, I think if we don't do windows or, you know, directed opening or directed closures towards the end, the second half of the king run, that we up that OEG. And I don't know what the number it would be. You know, that'd be a discussion with the department.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Brian, are you talking about increasing just the upper bound of the OEG?
Yes. Yep. And I did not state my name for the record. I apologize, Brian Kraft.
Any other board questions? Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Anyone else in row 1, 2, and 3? Come forward, ma'am.
Thank you, Board Member Wood. My name is Susie Jenkins Brito, and I wanted to add some additional information based off of some of the questions raised prior to our lunch break. I did want to bring to the board's attention, if you were not otherwise aware, but one of our Nushagak Advisory Committee members was also a member of the King Salmon Committee that put together this language in front of you in RC 41, and then was subsequently supported by the advisory committee. So we did have a lot of user groups, both at the King Committee level and then again at the AC when we met numerous times over the last year, particularly over the last few months. In consideration with the triggers and the stock of concern plan after June 28th, which is really, I think, what a lot of this conversation has been targeted toward. Within the stock of concern plan, with setting an OEG and then managing for the upper or lower bound of those escapement goals based off of the forecast of sockeye, that would be how we would dictate to the department how hard we fish for sockeye and what kind of closures that we would anticipate. I hear a lot of this conversation talking about rolling closures and setting it potentially as a gentleman before me to these set 12 or 18-hour days or potentially set rolling windows. And I think that that would further restrict management unnecessarily. I think that within our fishery, we are currently regulated, all of our commercial openers are by emergency order. We have no set fishing dates within the Nushagak district. And so I would anticipate with this management plan continuing to fish in that way with consideration by the department of not only weather and escapement, but based off of that stock of concern plan where we're really trying to target that OEG or the upper or lower bound of that escapement goal, that would dictate that we're going to close the fishery consistently and give the fleet a break. We're not fishing wide open right now, and that's not how I anticipate us fishing with this plan. We still need to be catching sockeye, but that doesn't mean that we don't care about our kings. As a commercial fisherman, I'm more than happy to forego harvest. And I think that those trigger numbers in RC 41, that 10% on the Wood River and that 6% on the Nushagak, just on the front end, that's a significant amount of sockeye that we're willing to forego as a commercial fisherman. If we're looking at the charts where we're showing 3 million fish up the Wood River before we even think about going fishing, that's a lot of fish. And we're willing to do that because we want to save our kings. That doesn't mean after 3 million fish go by that we just fish wide open the whole time. That's ridiculous. We still have to take breaks. We still have to allow these pulses of fish to go up the river. And I trust our Fish and Game management to know that. This stock of concern plan would dictate to them what that would look like. And I'm very comfortable with the numbers in RC 41 and all of the work that's gone into it, especially within consideration that for that 5 million in the Wood River, that was something that we talked about at length at the Nushagak AC meeting as a reasonable compromise. So thank you so much.
And I assume your comments were on behalf of the AC?
Listen, those are my comments, but I also wanted to direct the board just to remind them of what our AC conversation was. I apologize for the confusion. I'm representing myself.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in rows 1, 2, 3, or 4? Row 5? What? Yeah? Fritz, you know the system.
Thank you, Chairman Wood. I'm glad to hear that there seems to be some, consensual support around RC 41, and I'd like to, reiterate what I said before. I'm in support of this, and I'd also like to, make mention of RC 42, which addresses some subsistence considerations, with regard to that proposal 11. During the break, the question was asked, how much foregone harvest is an acceptable level for, looking at it from the commercial fleet's perspective? And I don't have an answer to that question specifically, but if you're looking at the graph in, I think it's RC3, that suggests how many, what percentage of the run would go by, by a certain date, the 50% date and the 75% date. Well, the 50% date with, trying to find the number, 1.5 million reds, with the considered average prices, that's $7.5 million. If you waited, till 75% of the run had gone by, you're looking at close to $47 million, which I think works out to about $665 per fish. So anyway, and I don't, obviously I don't have a number as to what is acceptable, but $47 certainly makes me nervous. The other question that was asked is, how much faith do we have that the department manager's OEG authority is, going to provide the protection for the latter half of the run that's needed? And I have to say, the idea of mandating specific times and not dates necessarily, but times, I think ties the hands of the department more than it needs to be and more than is effective. Things change really fast in the Bay, and Nushagak especially, as it's been pointed out. You can have 1 million fish disappear up the Wood River or the Main River or more in a 24-hour period. But management, based on years of experience and really knowing this fishery, can anticipate situations which are based on, as has been pointed out, weather for one thing, but also the number of boats that are operating in the Nushagak. In recent years, we've had as many as 900 plus, nearly 1,000 boats. It's entirely possible that given the regulations that are being considered now, that number may drop. This gives management, again, a certain flexibility that I think is needed and the best way to handle this. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fritz, thanks for your comments. Obviously, you've been fishing in the Nushagak for a long time. You got a lot of experience at the board levels. Specific to the, mandatory closures or mandatory windows that have been suggested, do you feel from your experience that putting something like that into regulation or kind of forcing the hand of the department to abide by, mandatory closures or windows of opportunity for king passage could actually do the opposite of what it's intended to do based on forcing them to fish maybe more consecutively at other parts of the week? Obviously tides and wind and things like that go into effect, but do you think that by doing that the king salmon harvest in the commercial fishery could actually be greater than what's laid out in proposal or RC 41?
Well, and the answer is yes. And the reason I say that is because of, the unpredictability and the unknowns that attend this fishery. I have to ask myself the question, again, and the board as well. Is it possible that, too many sockeye within the watershed may impact king salmon survival, and we might be going backwards in terms of what our intent here is? So mandatory closures, again, I prefer to give the department, the ability that it uses in managing the Nushagak system, that is emergency order authority for any opening that it seems appropriate at the time. So, but to require, mandatory windows, based on his best lights, I think ties his hands more than needs to be.
Any other questions? Thank you. We're going to try something a little different. Those who want to testify, please line up in the middle aisle. Come on forward, sir.
Thank you for having me again. And just an idea that came up listening to the last two speakers. Maybe these...
your name, sir.
My name is Jeff Fender with Alaska Sportsman's Lodge here on behalf of myself. And maybe these mandatory closures or windows that we speak of could be included some way in the emergency orders issued by the staff. I think they've all been proposed as putting into a regulation mandated right away, but as a sport fisherman, we deal a lot with the emergency orders, and those are issued when the King Chinook run isn't on track for where it needs to be. Maybe this would be a way that we could include that in the emergency order, that the commercial fleet helps step down, and it may even be closer reference to something that happened in 2018 with the paired restrictions. When King Run isn't on track, that all or a majority of the user groups help share that burden of conservation instead of just one. So that was just a suggestion in listening to the last two speakers, that maybe we can incorporate that mandated times or windows that we've all referred to and heard through the course of the couple days here into the emergency order statement, so that when an emergency order is issued for, in past cases, sport, that there's a EO that comes down to help commercial help out with that conservation concept.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank
Next one
you.
up.
For the record, my name is Frank Woods. Here to reference a whole bunch of things. RC 41, as written, needs to be modified. We've been operating under emergency order since this problem began, and I think the department is doing a great job with what they have. We've been trying to curtail the commercial fishing industry ever since this started. I went on our local website where how many operators just in the land use policy of our local corporation. There's 8 operators in lodge camps that they operate full-time from May 1st till August. There's 19 fly-in spike camps that they registered to that corporation. That ain't including the private 8 or 10 other full-time lodges on the Nushagak River. What I'm going to reference is Bristol Bay meeting. There was a draft catch and release report that came out by the department. Just in the figures from the camps that was reported in the lease policy was their average is about 800 man-use days. And I just took the peak season for 30 days from June 10th to July 10th. So you multiply 800 man-use days for 30 days, you're allowing 24,000 kings to be hooked and released. 6.7 in the ADF&G's report is the mortality of those. You add the retention of 1 per day, it adds up to be a significant number. We heard testimony that we want to open windows. The only way to stop killing kings is time and area. So in RC 23, I put in a proposal to maybe limit the time that they're able to get up. Once kings on the lower Nushagak and the green on that RC 23 hit the tower, the sports industry indiscriminately still catches and follows those fish all the way up to the streaming beds. During the Bristol Bay fishery, a sports lodge owner requested you to look at closing that upper Nushagak to stop that, the killing of kings before they get to their spawning streams. My request would be also to curtail time and area, sport fisheries option and action plan pages 10 through 15 is implement some sort of a non-retention policy, like a window pattern they're recommending for the commercial guys, or create a whole new time. I haven't heard anybody creating a whole new time and area for the sportsmen to target, or at least reel them back so they're not impacting those spawners that need to come back.
You've given a lot of food for thought. If you wanted to submit an RC with all that and all the numbers, that would sure be helpful.
I will. Second thing I want to talk about is the biology of the Nushagak kings. Females are about 20% more productive, either because they have to travel or where they travel and spawn. So every fish does count. That the spawning hens are like 20% more productive than the kings that we normally were talking about now. And that was one from my coworker friend biologist that I work with at BB&A. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir. Next person up in line.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'm going to speak to RC 41 and then to kind of a broader issue that I didn't have time to get to in my public testimony. But regarding RC 41, it's...
And you're going to tell us your name, too.
Sorry. Catherine Carscallon for the record, and I'm representing myself. I'm a Nushagak-based, Dillingham-based Nushagak River fisherman. And I have 20 years fishing. I was born and raised there my whole life there, 20 years fishing and then 12 years operating my boat, but I fish pretty much exclusively the Nushagak. So Regarding RC 41, I'd just like to echo what's been said, that I support the changes that have been made to these numbers. And I just, in reference to the closures that have been offered in public testimony, I'd like to remind the board that these changes were made through this public process, and they open up and give more opportunity to management to provide for windows that provide for king escapement, but without it being completely it's not written down in paper. It gives him more flexibility. It gives him the ability to do real-time management, not just something written ahead of time. And by layering windows on top of this plan that's already been adjusted to provide for windows, it's completely subverting the public process. So if you want to layer windows on, we would need to go back to the previous version of this. So I think if additional windows need to be layered on, that's something that could be talked about later, I would think, but happening at this cycle after we've already adjusted this plan collaboratively to provide for window opportunity for the management would be, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I do think any sort of windows, if you were to require, rather than giving management the flexibility to actually react to what's happening in our fishery in real time, if you're going to give him houred windows, it would have to be tied to some sort of a test fishery, something to tell him what's happening out there, because you can't just guess at this stuff. And especially with our king pulses, our kings come in tight pulses that aren't predictable, and there's really no way any of us could sit down and write down on paper a window that would be effective. You could open us in a window that, I think it's already been said, but it really could have the opposite of effect of the intention.
Okay, thank you.
And then,
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorry, this was going to be part of my public testimony that I ran out of time, but really just speaking to the bigger picture, I really think it's important that I believe this board has the ability and the responsibility to recognize that this issue is larger than what we can address here. And referring to Figure 3 and RC4, this is the ADF&G's draft action plan RC4, but it basically shows the king salmon run size. The past 2 years, and really the past 4 years, where we've fallen so short on escapement, and the king runs have fallen short. It's not that we've fallen short on escapement. If we didn't fish at all and you let every king that came back to our district by, we still would be short. If you go back and look at the parent years of the last 2 years and count 5 or 6 years, because kings are more than just a 5-year cycle, but if you look at our parent years, we did make escapement those years. So that means our issue is not just not making escapement, and we can do everything we can in this room to provide for extra escapement, but we have to look outside of that. And so I'd just like to request that the board write a resolution or make some sort of a statement acknowledging that this issue is bigger and that there are other factors affecting our kings, either their productivity above the counting tower, in-river productivity, ocean productivity, or other impacts outside of Bristol Bay. And I know there are a lot of factors, but if we don't start counting them and researching them and have them down, we'll be here again in 3 years and 6 years and 9 years, and we're just going to keep making cuts amongst ourselves for an issue that's larger than what we can control.
Okay, any questions from board members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
I would just say that, there's bodies beyond this body that are able to do that. And so you have a legislator, you have Congress people, all those things that have impacts in those spaces as well. And I would just encourage you to think about that too.
Thank you. If I can respond to that comment, thank you. We've had conversations, I've had conversations with legislators who have expressed to us that they've tried to put extra money in the budget for ADF&G research, and they've been told directly that that money is either not needed or would be stricken from the budget. And that's why I'm requesting to this board that you guys help us speak, because there's only so much we can do as individuals. But I think a statement from the Board of Fish saying that you guys are dealing with these allocative issues amongst user groups, that we can only do so much to solve amongst ourselves, and there's only so many actions you guys can take to help solve the problem. If you can help us deliver that message, I think it would go a long way.
So the board has written a letter to the legislature, much to that effect, and I would credit Member Mitchell for spearheading that effort.
Thank you.
thank you. Next person in line?
Thank you. For the record, Jamie O'Connor. I'm just here to speak to an issue that I heard in the questions ahead of this committee of the whole on the difficulty in enumerating kings. That difficulty does not extend to a difficulty in enumerating sockeye. And so I just wanted to clarify that, unfortunately, the difficulty in enumerating kings does stem from how focused we are on sockeye and chum enumeration. And the sonars are calibrated and aimed within the channel to focus on sockeye and chum. And that data is then backed up by test fishing and catch accounting. So I believe that these plans that we're putting forward are predicated on our confidence in our ability to enumerate the sockeye salmon for our triggers, but then also the work that I know we are all committed to do in helping to provide more confidence in our enumeration of kings. So just to clarify that for the board, and then also at the risk of stating the obvious, but I haven't heard it discussed much in this meeting, is that when we are discussing foregone harvest of sockeye, we are discussing foregone harvest of food. We are food producers. That's what we do here. I think there's a lot of focus on the economic livelihood that sustains us, but the work that we do also sustains those who eat what we produce. And so I think it is important to look at that foregone harvest through that lens as well, because I think, as most Alaskans would agree, your wild salmon, your wild sockeye is one of the best, cleanest, most fulsome and healthsome forms of protein that's available to us. And I take a lot of pride in being able to provide that to others through my role as a harvester.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, ma'am. Next person up. And please keep your remarks to the action plan itself, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 quick points I want to try to articulate here. For the record, my name is Caleb Westfall from Dillingham, commercial fish out in Bristol Bay, 21 years. Speaking on behalf of myself. So when we're talking about, I think it's an RC 41, and we're talking about pulses and windows. I just want to give a little context on, we haven't talked about the depths of the weather. So last year, we had probably more than two weeks plus of straight 20-knot winds. So when we're tying, if we're going to dedicate specific openers and closers for management, we need to really think about how that's going to affect. In 2019, it was so hot. We were in river as set netters. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of fish going by. We couldn't catch them. They're swimming so deep. So second point, if we look at how, I think it was RC 41 that we talked about, if we have an 8 million, say, Wood River, 800,000 are going to escape, you have to remember that that tower is 15 plus miles away from the commercial district. So we have 800,000 past the tower, and maybe we have another 800,000 in river. So by the time we actually start fishing within that 24 hours, we're looking at almost 2 million fish up there. So just the context on that, on if we're looking at mandating. And lastly, I appreciate all the work we're doing here. We're throwing all these numbers around, but at the end of the day, what are we doing if we can't actually count them? We need good sonar, just like the YK has. So I really appreciate all the work everyone's doing, but if we don't actually know what's going up there, what are we doing? So I think we really need to focus on getting our counts right. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Next person up.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Gusty Wassley. I wasn't here for the public testimony. I just wanted to say I'm in support of Proposal 11, and I support the amending language in RC 41, only changing shall to may on the page 4 of the subsistence section.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Next up.
I'm Monty Roberts from Soldotna, and I don't fish out here very much, but I look at that list and I look at the amount of fishing pressure that it has to get over 50% harvest in every year, over 60% harvest in every year. And I would say that static windows probably is not a good idea, but given the department the direction to add windows specifically to allow for Chinook salmon passage is probably the most effective tool that you could use. But they have to fish a ton in order to get over half of the run. And so we could do something to fix that.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Unless I see some people standing up in the middle of the aisle, I'm going to wind this down.
Good afternoon. Michael Link, Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute. I was the manager of the Nushkat King Committee effort. I wanted to first address something that Madam Chair brought up, a request for the committee member names, which I submitted from a report that we had in the last meeting, RC 46. Couple times, and a technical issue, a couple times I've heard, how do these things address the lower bound of the OEG? The lower bound of the OEG is something well north of the triggers. So the triggers are occurring in June when roughly 25% of the sockeye run has returned. So the lower bound that you see in those things that's left at the SEG, that's not really it. It's something well north. We have most of the run left to come back, and we don't exploit it, or the manager doesn't exploit it at more than 60, 70%. So it's 20 to 30% of the remaining fish. So the lower bound is quite high. I didn't want people to get hung up on that lower bound number. And then lastly, we have developed a research plan to accompany the whole stock of concern stuff. It's RC 43. It's a 10-page document that lays out kind of a framework and a suite of initial projects and a strategy to invest in stock assessment over the next 15 years. And just for the record, you know, everybody's up here saying we just need to count the kings. If it was easy to count the kings, this would have been solved a long, long time ago. It's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take a fair bit of funding. A few $100,000 won't even scratch the surface. And so we've been working hard on this, and we've gone out and secured a pretty good initial lot of funding, but we're sort of committed to seeing this same level of work done through 10, 15 years of effort. And the crux of the whole research plan is just trying to obtain age-specific estimates of catch and escapement. That's the overarching goal of this. We can't figure out if our management's working. We can't estimate escapement goals that are based on some biological reality. And we have set that out in this little 10-page plan. It's an initial draft. We haven't had a chance to go over it much with the department, although they've been involved in discussions over the last 10 years on what it should look like. We finally got a bit of time this last week to put something together. So for the record, we put it in as RC 43. And I welcome any questions.
Ms. Fandor.
Thank you. Can you explain to me a little bit about your committee process? I mean, after it sort of broke away from, you know, sort of the board affiliated process, I guess. So I'm just kind of curious. I mean, what was that process like? Was it public? Did you have open meetings? Did you solicit input from members of the public? How did that work? Because it's been characterized as a public process here, and so I just would like to understand that better.
So we engaged the public at a minimum through the AC. So we gave regular updates to the AC on the progress of the committee work. And we engaged Tim Sand, the area manager, research staff, whenever we came up with new analyses. We presented that. You were at our first meeting, which was open to anybody. That was when it was still as a part of a greater Board of Fish process. Yeah, I guess it was through the AC process that we did most. We didn't have a closed-door policy on occasion. The public did show up and attended the meetings, either by phone when it was remote or in person. But we did not issue broad public notices, in part because we were trying to get a ton of work done, and that would just have grounded, I think, down pretty slow. As it was, it took years through the pandemic to get it done, and so we were a little bit pragmatic about just how broad and, you know, that public posting, and we couldn't have functioned if it was 50 or 100 people at the meeting, so we tried to keep it to 10 or 20.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful, and I sincerely appreciate the work that was done by the committee. I was just kind of curious because, like I said, you know, it was characterized as sort of public, and so I didn't know if you had solicited public comments, or if those that showed up to the meeting were allowed to offer comments outside of the AC space. So just curious. Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions from board? Michael, your organization runs the Port Muller line, correct?
Yes, Port Muller Test Fishery, yep.
Yeah, and were you not in your earlier career responsible for putting together the Copper River system?
Yeah,
Monitoring?
I don't know. Should I admit that? I don't know who's behind me, but yeah, in 2002.
Okay.
Wrote the initial proposal, did all that, yeah, in season.
Yeah, so this is nothing new to you, this research plan that you're trying to put together here. And both of those seem to be quite successful, and I'm hoping that this will be as well. I've yet not gotten your RC 43 yet, and I'll take a look at it when I do get it, but thank you, sir.
Sure, yeah, if I can clarify when you go through it, you know, we did not want to develop a laundry list of projects. We wanted this to, we set out what you invest in. There are some basic laundry lists. We need to count fish, and we need to count them in the catch and in the escapement. And so we got all that going right out of the gate. But beyond that, if we're gonna make a sustainable, robust program, we need to build it out pretty quickly and collect a lot of data and then figure out how we shrink it into a financially sustainable manner later. So it kind of lays that out in a 3-phase process. First phase, 5 years of really trying to count everything we can, and then try to whittle it down so that maybe year 10, we're in something that's financially sustainable. But a once-off 3 to 5 year project won't solve any of this. We will not have a good handle on the king productivity, biological targets, escapement goals, unless we get this kind of data over a decade or two, like we developed in the
Well,
copper, for example.
I have no intention of being in this seat in 10 years, but I sure hope it comes through. Any
Thank you.
board questions? Thank you, Michael. I see no one in the aisle. I'm going to wrap this one on up unless someone jumps up immediately. You better come forward, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jimmy Early. I live on the Nushak River. One thing I like to say I didn't say earlier is that, you know, that Nushak run is 2 runs, an early run and a late run. And, you know, I believe that management is tied because most of your kings come in as mixed stock. So you're getting kings, you're getting reds and dogs. So, and when you fish up the river, dogs are mixed in with king salmon. So, you know, and it's, after that goes through, you're playing a catch-up game. Management is tied to where you're never gonna catch up. We're at a loss now. We're losing the kings like you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's, to me, if it ain't done 5 years, if nothing happens here, you might as well wash it away just like Yukon River.
Thank you. Any questions? Carlson Van Dorp?
Yeah, hi. Just a question, I mean, just from your intimate knowledge and your observations over the years on the river, I mean, what are the differences between sort of that early and late run? Do you see that there are more hens or larger kings later, or are they bigger in the beginning? I'm just kind of curious what your sense of that is in terms of the timing of when those kings come in and what they're like.
Yeah, you have, first you have some of your females come up, you know, they find a way to, and then your males will come up later. And, you know, I don't see how anything could go through Nushak District. You got 700 boats down there, so, you know, and when there's nothing that can go up that river when it's mixed stock.
Okay.
That's what you're fighting, you know, the second. And throughout the years, we've had people on a Nushak River would listen to Knacknack Beach when they catch kings. They'd be happy, you know, 'cause there's fish coming up the river. So, but you know, that's what we look forward to. But it hasn't happened too much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Any other board questions? Thank you. Seeing no one else, we'll move on to proposal 11. If staff would read into the record the title.
Mr. Chairman, Tim Sands for the record. Proposal 11, 5 AAC 06361, the Nushagak Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, and 5 AAC 67022, special provisions for seasoned bag possession and size limit and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. This proposal would make numerous amendments to the Nushagak Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And attached to RC 41, or part of RC 41, is the, I guess, the newest version before the AC of the proposal 11. We'll open it on up. And the committee itself is the one that brought forth Proposal 11. Do you wish to address it? Guess not. So we'll open it up to the public. Same thing, if you want to testify, form a line in the middle aisle, and we'll start with the first one up. One more time, anybody wish to address the body on Proposal 11? Going once? I knew I could wait you out.
Thank you. Craig Chythlick for the record, longtime Nushagak fisherman. I think we've moved beyond this point as far as Proposal 11 and some of the department's action plans, but one of the main things that's new that I would like to add about this in particular is action number 5, CF number 5, reducing time and area. One of the main, changing the northern district from kind of the bottom of the Snake Lake out towards Ecock Bluff. I think the only real massive discussion that's new that I would like to add is just how important that area is to our local fleet. We have two main areas that, two main delivery points that happen in the Nushagak district, right outside of Clark's Point and then down the south line. And the bigger boats that can safely deliver in the weather down that neck of the woods can kind of maintain and be competitive in the lower district. Versus the upper district is primarily a lot of the local boats that are a little bit smaller, have smaller engines, fewer crew, and deliver up north. We have to fight against the tide with the way that the area has been managed in the last several years. So reducing time and area that far north is going to really restrict the local fleet as far as our capabilities of safely delivering and then making our way after getting an adequate amount of rest and time and ability to have some downtime and eat. So and just for the record, again, just going back, I fully support a lot of the language that is in RC 31, or 41, sorry. I think the amendments that were made there recently are great. If we are looking to conserve more, there's some wiggle room. Maybe there, but the windows, it's been spoken for, and it's pretty ridiculous. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. And any questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next one in line.
Thank you, Chairman Wood. New information, I guess, on Proposal 11. I didn't hear a lot of discussion, but I thought it warranted saying is that I read in some of the comments by the RSDA, I think it was RC 56, or PC 56 or 58. On page 10 of their comments, number 4 was this consideration for a catch donation program. And I just want to bring that up. It shows that the fleet certainly isn't intending, you know, they're trying to avoid these king salmon, and that comment to that effect of having a catch donation program is testament to looking to avoid catching those kings. And so I look forward to seeing how that program works, and I just wanted to bring it up for new information.
Did I miss catching your name?
Cody Larson, for the record.
Thank you, Cody. Any questions from board members? Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to testify? Come up the middle aisle, stand up. Okay, scream, shout. Seeing no one, hear no one, we'll move on to Ms. Mitchell. She never screams or shouts.
Thank you, Member Wood. I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Olson, if she still had a question about Proposal 11 with regards to the substitute language found in RC 41, could speak to that.
Thank you. Through the chair to Member Mitchell. No, I think I got it all sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposal 12, staff, read it to record, please.
Yep. Chairman Woods, Proposal 12, 5 AAC 06361, Nushagak Chattanooga King Salmon Management Plan. Again, make several changes to the management plan to reduce commercial king salmon harvest and increase sockeye salmon harvest.
Thank you, and the author of that is, well, there are 3 authors on this, one of which withdrew in PC 39 at the last meeting. Second one telephonically, I was talking to Michael Jackson, was also withdrawn, but that still leaves one author, and as such, we will proceed as if it's going forward without request. Mr. Woods, you're one of the authors. Please step up.
Yeah, thank you. We, last April, Nushagak Advisory met for the Board of Fish in December, November. The working group that was formed by BUSRI and Nushagak Advisory and Management, since we were in telephonic and Teams meetings, nobody came up with any language to help what we're dealing with today. So by chance, me and Nick Dow and the co-authors actually put in language. We put in this language to help get the issue to the table. The only time we wanted, basically we were looking for time and area and restricting, just focusing on the commercial aspect. And it's vetted through this whole process. There's all user, I believe in parallel conservation. So with this, we almost mirrored what 11 did. So at the time we talked it out and said we'd focus on the language in 11. We'd love you to have you adopt the most minimal impact if it isn't across the board. As you can see, in 2021, we only caught 40-some hundred incidental catch of kings, and the sports industry got about the same. So when we look at this, parallel conservation makes sense to me, that everybody's here for the same reason, to basically put more fish up the river. And up until now, you know, management has that overlap time that we're talking about now. Those window, I hate to say, but I don't like the window idea. It's just not efficient. Given department tools, it's probably the best bet with what's on 41 minus the windows. So, but also I'll put an RC that will give windows and time, maybe reducing time and area on the sports industry on the upper Nushagak. If you look at the sports map, once they pass the tower, that's called the upper Nushagak. There's like 120 miles of spawning streams that they indiscriminately get a fish on. Where are we reducing that catch? Where are we reducing that impact? At 6.7, I'll stop because that in this proposal wasn't addressed, but in this committee, I can address that. We put it in there to bring it to the table, and I'm glad we're here. So thank you.
Yes, and if you're planning on putting in an RC that's going to need action, we will be moving on this probably tomorrow morning.
Okay, yeah, we'll get one here real closely by the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. And for the record, that was Mr. Dowie that accompanied him on up, one of the other co-authors. Anyone else on Proposal 12? Come forward, sir.
Good afternoon again, Brian Kraft for the record. I just want to address some of these numbers that we're starting to hear. I'm in the sport fishing industry, own 2 lodges out in Bristol Bay and fish the Nushagak extensively for the last 28 years. Alaska Department of Fish and Game numbers that I have in front of me show that since 2016, there's been a precipitous decline in user days on the Nushagak River by the sport fishing industry. The catch numbers are from 1992 to 2019, the commercial harvest of king salmon averages 45,793 fish. And the average in that same time period of 1992 to 2019, the average for sport caught fish is just over 6,000. So I'm hearing talking of implementing conservation efforts on both groups, but again, there's one group that has the biggest impact. And I just need to have that kept in mind. I think the plan is set forth so that it still gives opportunity for commercial harvest. And that's the point that we're trying to make. But if we're going to start throwing darts, you know, we can start looking at the numbers, and we're here to protect kings. Okay? So that's all I had, sir.
Any questions of Mr. Kraft? Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 12? Seeing no one, we move on to Proposal 13. Staff?
Chairman Wood, Proposal 13, 5 AAC 06361, Nushagak Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan. This is, I think, B2 specifically, structure fishing periods in the Nushagak district so that pulses of king salmon not subjected to commercial fishing pressure may enter the Nushagak River.
Thank you. The proposer is Brian Kraft. Do you wish to address the body?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Brian Kraft. Proposal 13 in concept is mirroring what we've been told that the department is already doing in practice, but not in regulation. And so Proposal 13, to some degree, there are some differences. Proposal 13 has a 3-hour window, for lack of a better word, but a 3-hour time period where the commercial drift fleet will not be fishing, and it's on the flood. And it's on the 3-hour time period. It's actually 4 hours before the high tide, and the commercial fishery can open at 1 hour before the high tide at Clark's Point. And the idea is that this allows fresh fish to get through the district. Now, it's actually been said that, that's not enough time, and so maybe it should be longer. But my idea was not to do too much harm to the commercial fishery, still give them economic opportunity to catch fish, but at the same time, we're spending hours and hours and hours here trying to protect kings. And I was a member of the King Salmon Committee. That committee was spawned off of proposals I put forth in 2018 that were tabled at the Dillingham meeting that were a paired restrictions idea of when sport got EO'd in season, commercial would participate with sitting out every other tide or only fishing 12 hours in a day. The recognition was that those were too onerous, those were too, I don't want to say punitive, but there was a lot of economic opportunity lost with this commercial fishery. BBRSI stepped in, we formed this committee, and here we are today. But my proposal 13 can coincide with 41. It's not an either or. I think it supplements 41. I think it gives the manager, it actually, we have good management now. It's not to say that somebody else that comes in is going to look at the fishery different and maybe say, okay, we hit the OEG on June 28th, and now I have to fish every day so I don't over-escape and hear about foregone economic opportunity. And so having these closures in the second half of the run is really important to allow fish to enter into the system. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. If anyone else, I recognize you first, start walking on up. If anyone else has suggested changes that need to be incorporated, time is running out, so get the RCs in before you leave today, and that's the only way we'll see them in time to act on them tomorrow from a practical perspective.
Okay, yeah, I did RC this after communication with the department on some concerns they had about, I took set out of the proposal, so the set fleet or set users are not restricted by this. And then also gave the department leeway if there was a weather event and it prevented them from a percentage of the fleet from going out. He could fish every single tide then, right out, not having to wait on these windows. And then also if the king salmon were coming in abundance and we were at projected to be over at escapement at 95,000, this sunsets. So there's provisions for him to have flexibility, or I should not, the department to have flexibility. Thank you.
Any questions? Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
When did you submit that RC?
Yesterday, it's RC 12.
Got it, thanks.
Sorry for not referencing that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Fritz? He doesn't bite.
Thank you, Board Member Wood. As the previous speaker alluded to, this has been the practice that management has operated the drift fleet by, for golly, about as long as I can remember. I think there was a proposal at one of the last or previous Bristol Bay Board cycles that suggested that, please give us permission to have 2 hours of flood or maybe a little more, and I don't believe that had passed. But again, to write this into regulation and have it there, permanently, I think, puts the department or puts the managers in a position of having to do something that may not be appropriate all the time. But, the way the fishery's been managed, we have fished, most of our openings have been, an hour before high water at Clark's Point. And I think that's in place. It's been the practice. And I think it's best not to write it in regulation in case it's needed. So that's all I had.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Fritz. Come forward, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Wood. My name is Susie Jenkins Brito, for the record. I think we've discussed at length Proposal 13 through this public process, but also through the Advisory Committee public process, where we unanimously opposed this proposal because the department has already had the flexibility to manage in this nature. And I think this language is too prescriptive, and any additional language added to RC 41, which is where I urge the board to put their attention, I think would cause more complexity and regulation than necessary. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else wish to address Proposal 13? Going once? Going twice? I presume, Forrest, you're not going to do so. Okay.
What?
With that, I'll turn the gavel back to the chair.
Psych. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Appreciate you taking us through that process. And let's take a very short break, and we'll switch over to do Committee of the Whole Group 2.
Might as well just
Okay. We're back on the record. The time is 3:34. And we're going to go ahead and begin with Committee of the Whole, Group 2, which is Gear Methods and Means. And there are 6 proposals in this group, and I will go ahead and turn it over to Chair Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Member Carlson-Van Before we commence on Committee of the Whole Group 2, I'll just briefly go over some of the Committee of the Whole process. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Thus, public testifiers are admonished not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. We are focused on new information. We are here to gain new information from the public, not to answer questions. Once participants begin repeating themselves, the chair will move on to the next proposal. These committees are not a forum of debate, nor a platform for repeating information already received through public testimony. And just a brief note here, the first proposal within the Gear Methods and Means Committee of the Whole Group 2 is Proposal 82. We have a board member, Zaray, has substitute language coming out for Proposal 82 that we want to wait to get so that the public can comment on that during the Committee of the Whole process. So we're going to begin with Proposal 87. Will the department read Proposal 87 into the record, please?
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the board. My name's Chuck Brazil. I'm the AYK Regional Management Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. And next to me is Christy Gleason. She's the Yukon Fall Season Manager for the Department of Fish and Game Division of Commercial Fish as well. Proposal 87. Eel sticks would become allowable legal fishing gear for subsistence and would be recognized as a commercial fishing gear type for lamprey. This would establish a definition of an eel stick.
Thank you. And seeing that this is a department proposal, did you have any additional comments you'd like to add?
This is Christy Gleason for the record. This is a department proposal that we submitted, and it's just recognizing a traditional gear that's used by subsistence and commercial fishermen, particularly in the lower Yukon.
Thank you. Would anyone like to provide new information with regards to Proposal 87? Seeing none, we'll move to Proposal 153.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Aaron Potter. I'm the management coordinator for Central Region Commercial Fisheries, ground fish and shellfish. And Proposal 153, escapement mechanisms for shellfish and bottomfish pots. And this proposal would look to define the escape mechanisms for collapsible slinky pot groundfish pots.
Thank you. And this is Alaska Wildlife Troopers proposal. Would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Aaron Frenzel with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. So this was a little bit of a cleanup regulation with the new gear type, allowing a clear definition of where the bioescape mechanisms are required to be on a slinky pot. During past meetings, we also brought up, as this new gear type's out there, some of the groundfish pot marking requirements throughout the state, how they're different in different areas. So there was some cleanup regulations attached to the RC that will be coming out here in a little bit regarding this. Also with that, as escape or slinky pots become more prevalent in fisheries where there is a limited number of pots, the pot tag, identification tag requirements changes when it goes into a longline fishery, where before they were placed on the buoys attached to a single pot, but we started longlining gear. We put in some information there to coincide with like southeast shrimp longline fisheries, where the identification tag goes on the pot rather than the buoy when it's longline. So you'll see that when we wrap up the RC and have it completed here shortly. Most of it's just cleanup.
Thank you. Would anyone like to bring new information forward for Proposal 153? Seeing none, we'll move to Proposal Member Wood.
Thank you. I did it to you, it's fair you do it to me. Just very quickly, the Petersburg Vessel Owners Association in PC 377 made reference to the RC that was forthcoming and them not being able to respond until they see it. Is this going to be something of big substance that we need to be dealing with? Should we wait? Tell me what you want to do.
I'll have to ask Shalene, where are we at? Is that thing around the table?
It's currently in the department review process, and it shouldn't take long. It's completed, and it's just going through the formality of the review internally and gathering the signatures for that, and then it will be submitted.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'd only suggest that if anybody is going to testify on this matter and wants to see it before we testify, that perhaps we delay this one as well until that is available. Pardon me?
They can submit an RC to us before we deliberate too, once the language comes out.
Well, that's what he's saying. They are going to prepare an RC, yeah.
No, the public
Oh,
wants to comment.
yeah.
I think it might be beneficial if Captain Frenzel maybe explains what the content of that RC on the record right now, to give an opportunity for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first part of the RC will be addressing bioescape mechanisms on slinky pots. Originally, there was no definition of a bottom of a pot for a slinky pot. Most escape mechanisms required to be within a distance of the bottom of the pot. So the RC will state two 18-inch escape mechanisms or openings on opposite sides of the pot, so that if the pot lays on the bottom and gets stuck, there's still another opening that will allow free passage of fish. The second section of it cleans up all the buoy marking requirements. When we were looking at this in Prince William Sound, some parts of the state require the top half of the buoy, some parts of the state's top third. This will make it so a fisherman can move between areas, not have to remark his gear for the area he's fishing. We didn't make it more restrictive. We made it less restrictive in some areas. So if a pot's currently marked on the top third, the new language will be the top half, so it'll make those pots still legal. The third part of it is the current regulation requires a buoy to be attached to a pot and one identification tag on the buoy, no more than one. When we allowed long lining of gear, we basically made them so they can't attach 5 tags to one buoy under the current language. So instead, we cleaned that up by saying instead of attaching the identification tag to the buoy, the tag will be attached to the pots that are on the long line.
Thank you for providing us the information that will be coming out in RC here shortly. Would any members of the public like to bring information forward or comment on proposal 153 and/or the RC comments that will be coming out soon that Captain Frenzel just spoke to? Seeing none, we'll move to proposal 154.
For the record, Forrest Bowers with the Department of Fish and Game. Proposal 154 would allow a drum or reel upon which a seine can be coiled or rolled to be mounted aboard a seine vessel.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Would anyone like to bring new information forward? Seeing none, we'll move to proposal 155.
Madam Chair, Patrick Fowler, Southeast Alaska Sport Fish Management Coordinator. Proposal 155, 5 AAC 75.028, use of underwater spear and spear gun. This proposal would permit a sport angler to use a spear or spear gun while swimming at the surface to take fish in salt waters across the state.
Thank you. And this is a department proposal. Was there any additional information you'd like to provide now?
The only thing I'd mention is, excuse me, this was designed to simplify regulation where currently a sport fishing angler could use a spear or spear gun while fully submerged. Just clarifying that they could also use that gear while swimming at the surface and not be totally submerged.
Thank you for that. Any members of the public like to bring new information forward? Seeing none, we'll move to proposal 156.
Madam Chair, my name is Jay Palmer, Sport Fish Management Coordinator. Proposal 156 This would prohibit the use of felt-soled wading footwear while personally used fishing in freshwater, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. This is also a department proposal. Did you have any additional comments you wanted to add during the committee process?
None at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members of the public like to bring new information forward? Seeing none, we will take a 5-minute break to get the RC language for Proposal 82 in front of us before returning for committee of the whole process to look at Proposal 82. Thanks.
While we're on a short break and before people get too restless, I'd like to turn it over to Director Raybung for quick award.
Thank you for indulging us, Madam Chair. It's with considerable pleasure that I join Governor Dunleavy and Commissioner Vincent Lang in congratulating Mr. Jack Erickson on completing 15 years of service as a state employee. We just wanted you to know that your efforts as a member of our team are of key importance to the department and the state in delivering service to the people of Alaska. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
catching more driftwood than fish oftentimes. I think that's all the comments I have at this time. Thank you, and I will stay around for questions.
I don't see any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional new information for Proposal 82 and/or the substitute language found in RC 52. Please state your name.
Madam Chair, OSM.
Oh, I believe that's Mr. Pappas.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I just received about 3 minutes ago, this RC 52. I'll get with staff and see if we can't get back with you. I was going to say that our support was based on RC, was it 56 from the AYK meeting? If you'll notice on our PC 357, that's our comments. And I wanted to clarify one last thing is you'll notice that we did also include PC 56 from the AYK meeting as part of our comments. And you'll notice the last page 7 of our RC has references to the personal use fishery. We're not going to make any reference or taking positions on the personal use fishery. But this time I will try to get all the staff and see if I can pass this through them. Thank you, Madam Chair. It might be until deliberations before I get back to you on the position. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Ma'am, please come forward and state your name for the record. Oh, you go.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Andrew. I'm from Alaganak. It's in Yukon District 1. And for the sinking of the nets, we mostly do that with under the ice. So when there's no ice, I don't usually see anybody in districts 1 and 2 do any sinking or submerging of the nets. And it's, and for the dates, May 14 is pretty much the average day for the ice to go out from the Yukon. It's later than the upper part of the Yukon because it's a lot cooler and just normal for it to be out. Some days sometimes, no, some years we have the ice out later in May, but the most average is mid-May in support of the RC with Stansbury and Christy Gleason.
Excellent, thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Jean, state your name for the record.
My name is Gene Sando, and I'm representing Yukon Delta. I just want to ask that you make a minor modification to the latest RC that came in. As you heard, that May 15th is the average date that the ice goes out. It could be later. It could be May 30th. So if you could maybe put a comma after May 30th and say as indicated by emergency order or altered by emergency order, that'll give the ADF and G a tool to use when the ice is going out much later than May 15th. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Stanley Pete from Nunamico. I was just looking at RC 52 when it states that the sinking of nets, correct me if I'm wrong, would be used for a commercial fishery, and it poses a danger for a commercial fishery where there's a lot of activity on the water, and it may be a danger to the other commercial fishermen on the river. I don't have no trouble with people utilizing a net for a submerged subsistence net, but for a submerged commercial net, it would, in my opinion, pose a risk to the other commercial fishers on the river. Thank you.
Any questions for Stanley? Member Zaray has a question for you.
If you would read under solutions on the RC 52, there's a solution there. It says in number 1, it describes what would be the requirements of a sunken net, and hopefully that would address your concern. I could read it to you if you'd like.
Oh, thank you, Member Zaray. I recognize, I see that, but without the other floats on the net, and I've been fishing my whole life, there would be more tension on the one float buoy, whereas if you have, my only concern is, I'm not in District 3 and up, but if I were fishing there, you wouldn't want that much traffic with a submerged net with one buoy, because all the other float buoys on the line hold the net up, but if you put so much strain on one buoy, and with current, you all know that if there's enough fish on the net, it'll submerge that one buoy. That one buoy would have to be a fairly large buoy to hold up the weight of the fish and the nets. That would be my only concern. I don't have no other concern in regards to that. I'm just worried that it may be a hazardous risk to the other commercial fishers on the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. And I don't see any other questions for you. Any additional new information? Seeing none, that concludes Committee of the Whole Group 2, Gear, Methods, and Means, and I will turn it over to Chair Member Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Appreciate you taking us through Group 2. We are going to pause here for the evening, and we will resume in the morning at 9 a.m. to deliberates Group 1 and 2. I will say, though, I know that there's a lot of folks from the Bristol Bay Interest that have left the room. If there is substitute language that needs to be brought forth or worked on, I would highly, highly encourage you to do it now while we have staff available. And also make sure that you're communicating with a board member so that the substitute language gets in front of the board for deliberation. So now is the time to work on substitute language, not at 8:55 in the morning, okay? Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, and remember, everybody, the clocks changed tonight. So those of you who don't have electronic clocks, change your clocks.
Yeah, so 9 a.m. is really 8 a.m. But, so you get a net negative 30 minutes, I guess. Anyways, 9 a.m. tomorrow, deliberations will begin, and staff, if you just would hang out for a little bit and not tear out of here so we can make sure that there's no substitute language that needs to be worked on. Thank you.